salt and roiling sea, the moon began to cry. The valley ran with sorrowful tears and filled the waters high. The misty morning over the brine belies a leaden sky. The stars all hide away from the chill until the evening rise. The place where Plurna scuttled her foe, the doomed ship still resides. The Titan met her end on its prow, forsaken by the tides. In death she leaves her stain on the place. The tempest never dies. Her final throes and shivers and shakes 1,000 years gone by.
Hell. Our domicile. Hello and welcome everybody to some Monster Train. The deck building roguelite that has you riding on the Bone Shaker, which is a badass name for a train, by the way. What a cool vehicle you're on. Fun little fact about this game. Speaking of the Bone Shaker, I'm going to skip over the little intro snippets of the run, I guess. Actually, no, I can just wait until the actual appropriate moment to talk about the thing I was going to talk about. When we start our first combat, I have a thought. Tabbed. How's it going, Stan Christ? First time actually watching Monster Train. Looking forward to seeing what's up. I'll try to go over the basics a little bit. It's been a while since I've done the last sort of what is Monster Train little spiel. And given that we're starting our stream with it today, I think there'll be a few new faces who haven't seen the game before, so I'll try to explain it a little bit. That's also true for C Questions. Hello and welcome to you. Hot Soup, thanks for 28 months of support. And as our usual style, please don't be afraid to ask questions about the game, the strategy, the decision-making in chat. We've got a very, very knowledgeable community here, very question-friendly community. Even if I don't directly answer or acknowledge a question, odds are somebody in chat knows the answer and can provide a really helpful response. Golia says, I always feel like this game was designed to be horizontal, not vertical, but then decided it didn't feel good and still kept the train scheme. That's definitely... That's one of my favorite theories as to how we ended up with this three-tiered vertical train. Is that they tried a different layout and it didn't work. What? This is Wildenton with drags? Oh, this is cool, by the way. I'm excited for this run. Flintlock says, after seeing the Alloyed Construct win recently, they got their own last night. Cool. Very, very cool. Let me throw out a few more hellos. Hey there to Faley, of course. Benoit. Gang 9003. Arabian guy. 6'4 Ninja. Jedi Monkey. Big Biryani, the Early Bean. And all my lovely lurkers. And Marl Dog, thanks for 33 months. Good luck in the trains. So, what is Monster Train? It's a deck builder slash roguelite, kind of like Slay the Spire. The idea is that you build a deck of cards that you use to get yourself through combat situations as the game progresses, fighting an escalating series of bosses with a big ultimate final boss at the end, in this case called the Last Divinity. But at its core, it's a card game. In Slay the Spire, you start with a very simple deck of 10 cards, but Monster Train has you start, especially on the higher Covenant levels, higher difficulties, of which there are 25, by the way. 25 stacking penalties. We start with a 22-card deck, with a base of 5 cards drawn per turn. And just like Slay the Spire, again, you've got that 5 base draw, and there's also 3 energy, 3 ember, which is the cost in the top left of each card. 0 for these dregs, 1 for the root seeds, 2 for the focus growth. Other things to look at for Monster Train cards. Units have a arch-shaped, a curved top to them, whereas spell cards have a completely rectangular border. Units will have combat stats at the bottom, their attack power, and their health. The attack will indicate a multiplier if they have the multi-strike ability, ×2, ×3, so on and so forth. The rarity of a card in Monster Train is indicated by the dot in the center of the card. White indicates common or starter. Blue indicates uncommon. uncommon, and then there's a purple dot for rare, although we don't start with any rare cards, of course. So a deck in Monster Train is primarily made of units and spells, the two different card types. Units will be deploying onto the train itself in order to stop enemy units from advancing up to the next floor, and spells are played to either augment or modify your units, or to deal damage to enemy units. We've got a mixture of those in this deck. Root Seeds, which will buff the attack power of our own units, Focus Growth, which heals our own units, and these Sting cards, which dish out damage to a front enemy unit. Overall, there's a lot of plus draw effects in here, which is quite desirable in Monster Train, and combos really nicely with all of these zero-cost drag units. The most, well, maybe not most, one of the main features of a Monster Train run is your champion. Every clan has 2 different champions, normal and an exiled variant, which means there's 12 different champs in the game. 6 clans times 2 different champ types. This one is Wildington, a powerful brute attacker. Every champ has 3 different sort of upgrade lines that they can go down, and you get to choose one of the 3 from 2. So again, random choice in the roguelite style being incorporated here. You don't have full control over which path you are offered, so you do have to be okay with at least 2 of the 3. If you want to avoid one entirely, you always have that option, but you'll always have to make a choice here. With the units that we've started with here, as Melting Remnant, we're going to have short-lived, high attack power units. And combining those with the quick property, the Predator version of Wildington seems excellent here. This version of Wildington strikes before enemies do, and applies this property to every unit on the same floor as well. It's pretty sweet. So Robin says, on your second upgrade, are you guaranteed a continuation of the one you selected first? Yes, you'll be offered either go further down the upgrade path that you picked, or cross path into one of the other 2 at random. And again, you don't always get to choose which of the 2 cross paths you're offered, but you'll always be able to just go, like if I just want to go Predator 3 on this run, that's guaranteed to be an option I can take. You cannot cross path into all 3. Once you have 2 different paths selected, the 3rd upgrade will be the choice of developing either. But you can never get a 1-1-1 split on the upgrades for your champ. Struggling as an Ascension 17 clad, you're not alone, Arabian guy. That's when the toasty gets real spicy like for Slay the Spire. You'll have to be efficient, aggressive, and a little bit lucky to prevail on the highest Ascension levels. Ooh, Memorial Fund. Gain money when a friendly unit dies. Great for units with Burnout, which automatically expire. Bit better when you're able to use Reform on Remnant, but still, this is a constant trickle of income, a very, very valuable resource, and in particular, a resource that's exceptionally valuable for the Melting Remnant clan. Thought it was a skill issue. If you're able to beat Ascension 15 Slay the Spire, you're doing well at the game. Definitely. The highest Ascensions you require some serious skill or persistence and luck, because they are tough. Give me the money. Monster Train on Switch? My understanding is that it is, yes. It is. A healthy frame of mind where you don't get discouraged too easily. Also, definitely highly recommended for the highest difficulty of any roguelite. You have to be able to just take your licks and learn a little bit from the experience, and try a fundamentally different approach. Or even just the same approach a few times and see if the randomness works a little differently for you. Griftlands, yeah. Also a good one. So, at the start of a Monster Train run, we also get offered, if we're playing with the Last Divinity DLC, which I strongly recommend. If you pick up Monster Train, do get the DLC with it, or the Monster Train First Class, I think it's called on Switch. I think it comes with the DLC pre-installed. Whatever the full edition is. Strongly recommend, because the game is so radically transformed by the addition of the Packed Shard system. Constantly throughout the run, there'll be a middle node on each floor. These Divine Hordes, which let us choose artifacts, Divine Temples, which are the coolest of the nodes, in my opinion. You can do so much at these things. And occasionally Divine Boons for money in exchange for shards. The trick is you get something good, but then you also get a penalty. Packed Shards increase the power of enemies in Monster Train. And the boosts are no joke. I'd say shard enemies are, on average, twice as dangerous, at least, as their unboosted variant. And bosses also get enhanced by the presence of shards. So in order for that to work out, you need to be able to get more value out of the shards than the enemies receive in benefit. And that can be rather tricky to do. Monster Train is very much a game about creating broken combos, for sure. And we're already looking at some keys to do that. Let's see, of these 3 artifacts, this deck has a lot of units, so there are lots of reasons to want either Hell's Banners here. Summoning 2 units in 1 turn is not that difficult, and the 3 energy payoff is very substantial. Especially since we can get additional card draw, actually. Hell's Banners looks pretty sweet. But there's also Votive Key. Applying Endless to the first friendly unit that we play each turn means that we can, 1, get more money out of Memorial Fund, and 2, we can potentially break some of the units of the Melting Remnant clan. Will our champion become endless with the key? If we play the champ first, yes, the champ will be endless. And Tangang, thanks for the Prime sub. Use it or lose it. And of course, to answer Scotterbot's question, why take any shards to begin with? The kicker is that to reach the final boss of the run, the Last Divinity, and turn this into a divine run, kind of equivalent to fighting Heart in Slay the Spire, we have to take at least 100 shards over the course of the run. You're limited in how many you can take each floor, so you have to start taking some early if you want to hit the 100 shard threshold. So that would be the reason to take them in the first place. The other reason to take them is because, again, you get power out of when you take the shards, and if you're getting more power than the shards are giving to the enemies, then you're going to start really profiting in the run. My experience is that Melting Remnant in particular loves going high shards, because Melting Remnant is the clan that scales the hardest. So the more stuff you can do for yourself, the more absurd power you'll be able to create for yourself. Let's see. Do we have a Remnant banner? Yes, we have Merchant of Steel Remnant banner and then Merchant of Magic Remnant banner. I'm going to go Votive Key, because I think we are going to be able to exploit the hell out of this, so to speak. And we can get a unit draft. Before each combat in Monster Train, we can give enemies a bonus called a trial here in order to receive an additional reward. I think early unit drafts are particularly powerful in a Monster Train run, and often worth risking it a little bit. In this case, we're also able to easily deal with the penalty of the trial, because our champ's special ability essentially counteracts the fact that the enemies get additional damage. If you can kill the enemies before they strike you, then, well, it doesn't matter much. Unsuspicious Banana, thanks for 3 months of support. Stronger enemies can mean more unit deaths, too. That's true. Yes, Dan cries. There's a lot of keywords in this game, but there are very, very helpful tooltips. There's also a very handy combat preview that will tell you exactly what's happening to each unit. And the jams in this game are so heckin' good. So we're talking train themes. One of the things that I wanted to show off real quick here at the start is normally in Monster Train there is a moving train background like this, kind of to give the impression that the train is flying through heck at some speed. I always personally found this to be visually overwhelming. There's not a lot of things in games that make me motion sick of any kind, but the way that Monster Train chose to do it was way too much for me. And when the game was first being shown off, I was like, hey, this game looks cool, but I can't play it if the background is moving like that. So they added this option for a static battle background specifically because I asked for it. And I'm very, very grateful for that. Did I also have something to do with googly eyes? No, I can't take credit for that. And I like that they left the flames of the Bone Shaker still look really cool. Anyway, we get to choose top, bottom, or middle for our deployment here. I think I want to put Wildington on the top. We're going to get bopped if we go down here. Actually, we could just let the Apprentice of Light get a damage shield. Maybe not. No, I don't want that thing to kill anything. That's my win rate at random 25. We've been a little rusty. I'd say currently we're kind of close to 50%. I think we can get significantly better than that if we play a bit more this year. But yeah, I'd say right now we're like 50-ish. I wouldn't call myself a master of Monster Train by any means. At least not yet. Brian says, I've been watching you play this for a good while, and I never realized the background wasn't moving. It's funny. You just kind of like got used to it, right? Okay, we want Wildington to be endless? I think so. No, if Wildington dies, it's not going to matter, right? We don't want Wildington to be endless. We want this dreg to be endless. We're going to boost Wildington. Actually, no, boost this dreg. And we'll play one of the train stewards at minimum, maybe both of them. Let's go with both of them. Protect the Bone Shaker. So, in Monster Train, one turn consists of one wave of enemies and one round of combat on each floor. Each turn, we have a base draw of 5 cards, a base energy of 3. Each turn, enemies on a floor will engage in combat with our own units. By default, enemies go first, with each combatant striking the front unit in line, and then likewise for our units. So, the Apprentice of Light strikes the Train Steward, then Train Steward hits Apprentice of Light, second Train Steward hits Apprentice of Light, and at the end, the Trusted Priest heals for 5 afterwards. Then these units will move up to the next floor, going up to the top floor here. Likewise, these units have no combat occurring, so they'll simply move up to the middle floor on their next turn. If I play this Train Steward, it'll be an endless Train Steward. The only thing that would achieve is drawing another Train Steward next turn, which I don't particularly want to do. But I will continue to buff this dreg, which is going to burn out. Dregs have the burnout status, which means they die after a couple turns. And we're going to, yeah, soften this guy up with our stings. This means we'll draw 9 cards next turn. That's a lot of cards. Are we doing the 25 different clan combinations challenge? Yeah, we're working through the logbook, trying to cross them all off. We'll also be doing all the expert challenges at some point as well. And those should be fun. So note that the drag that we played the root seeds on still has that increased attack power. It's a 15-3 unit here. We want to put it on the top floor, I guess. These are all getting killed. We need to make sure this discipled foot soldier dies next turn. We can do that, though. Let's apply more burnout to you, so you last longer. Actually, we'll do that to you as well. Spreading out the damage here so that they can kill units more capably on an individual basis. And let's put these on the bottom floor, because again, every unit death is $5 for us. Although I didn't factor giving that nerd a damage shield from the train steward. That's a bit of a problem here. Yeah, actually, that's a huge problem. There is no way to make you do 40, is there? No, we can make you do 39, but not 40. Shoot. That's really bad. Did that to myself. Ouch. That's why you don't play train stewards. That's why you remove train stewards immediately, and they're terrible. For no reason should you ever use a train steward. Dang it. If only I'd drawn a sting this turn, this would be no problem. As it is, we're going to take 26 damage to our pyre from this discipled foot soldier, which is very unfortunate. But we shouldn't lose, so that's good. Here, you get in there too. But at least we got $5. That's right. Okay, we're guaranteed to get focus growth, and that's all we need. Drawing 6, so we can actually... Only one unit gets endless, right? Guess it doesn't matter who that is. There we go. Okay, we'll easily beat the boss, is the good news. But the fact that we took 26 fire damage was a bit of a misplay. How's it going, Milka? This game is called Monster Train, and it's a very delightful deck builder. This is the kind of card that's quite nice with Endless and Quick. Vine Grasp is kind of interesting. Vine Grasp can let us kill our own dregs, which is kind of useful. Actually, yes, I really want a card that can kill dregs. Aha! Oh man, Molded Aura Draft? That's a tough choice. Did you miss the dad joke you redeemed earlier? Oh no, sorry, I had a few thoughts going on at once, and I was determined not to forget to talk about the moving background option. I do still owe you a dad joke, don't I? How do the Waxer Tycoons pull their carriages around? with draft horses. That's what I got for you. Speaking of, that's what I'm taking here. Draft is a multi-striking unit, and Animus of Will is an even more multi-striking unit. Animus of Will. What we want are high damage, small capacity units to pair with our champ here. Draft is particularly amazing. Animus of Will is curious here. Animus of Will with some attack power boosts can be incredible, given quick. From Wildington. Now we could put the draft into the Animus of Will to make a 4-hit endless burnout 1 unit. That's kind of interesting. But that unit is 2 capacity, and I'd much rather have a 1 capacity unit. Let me take a draft. Okay, I'm going to skip these. So each node on the map of Monster Train, you've only got a left or right choice. Usually there's nodes of various kinds on each side. 2 of the most important types of node are the Merchant of Steel and the Merchant of Magic. These offer you upgrade stones that you can slot into your units. Like Endless, for example, here. Although with the Votive Key, I don't really need Endless now, do I? Every unit in Monster Train has 2 upgrade slots. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, here we go. Choices, choices. Money. Money, 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 money. Big money. How is Harvest triggered? Anytime a unit on the floor with the Harvest dies, the effect occurs. Wickless is a tribe that does greed well. I think more than any other clan. The Waxers benefit from money. Yeah, not just enemy deaths, but even your own. So my question is, do we want to farm stats or money? Stats do seem important. But farming money would let me remove cards, which lets me give my unit stats. So there's a solid argument for both. I like the idea of infusing Wickless Baron into the draft. I think that'd be very potent. Creating a endless unit that gets stats each time. The Baron stats aren't permanent, but they do apply through endless. That's amazing, Sarotemiel. We broke the game with money once. On the previous save file, we were able to kill the last divinity using only our pyre. Because we had like 5,000 gold and the artifact that makes you lose money instead of pyre health when you get hit. All right, let's try this. Let's try that. So we get to fuse next floor. Think about that. I'm also going to take another artifact here for 15 shards. Ooh, rationing scales. Before each battle, set pyre health to 50. If this reduces your pyre health, gain money for any health you lost. So that could totally negate the fact that we took early damage, which I really appreciate. Emblem of the Exiles gives 5 health to the front friendly unit each turn. Kind of a health scaling thing. That's actually not bad either. That would let Wildington be a lot tankier against bosses. In particular. Otherwise, I don't really care that much, actually. But yeah, currently Wildington is the one tanking. Or Winged Steel. Draw 1 per turn, essentially, after we play 3 cards. That's also pretty sweet. And it's going to let this deck be very draw-heavy. All of these are good in their own way. I don't think any of them is a bad choice. Rationing Scales is going to give us potentially even more money, though, and we did go money style. So let's go all in on the cash strats here. All right, do I actually want to apply Endless to the draft? No, because we took the Votive Key. We don't need to do that. I think I'm just going to pay for a reroll here, or maybe we should upgrade one or more of these other units. If I want to be able to afford a multi-strike or something, the other option is what? Large Stone, quick multi-strike? Odds aren't very good, actually, for me to get something I want. But we're going to get lots of money, so yeah, I can afford to reroll here. Yeah, we get quick. That's not much help, unfortunate, but plus 10 attack power on the draft is adequate for sure. And I do want to make something with more health. Let's make a tanky drag that we can use as a frontline shonker if we need to. And we're going to go into the next battle now with 50 health. Another unit draft. If we're willing to give enemies 10 armor, I totally am. The rationing scales means that even if we take damage here, it won't matter. Unfortunately, I don't think we're allowed to play the Wickless Tycoon alongside Wildington. I think it's going to be Wildington and a couple dregs on the bottom floor here. That feels right. So we're going to make you Endless. Actually, Endless Wildington would be really nice as well. Okay, let's make Wildington Endless. Tycoon can kill maybe both of them next turn. That'd be nice. Ooh. Can't get all 3 though, which means the collector gets away from us here. We don't get the 50 bucks for that dying. Unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. But it is what it is. Actually, wait. Steward here. Buff you. Buff you. Ha! Easy. Doesn't get the collector, but it does get the other 2 units. Alright, that's a rather tanky wave. We need the Reconciler, first and foremost, to be dead. You come to the front. Please and thank you. There's some tanky enemies. Still haven't seen our draft, which we'd like to, again, play behind Wildington. I think I'll play Focus Growth in order to draw 2 more cards so that we can draw it when the boss comes in. And if we can actually kill the boss, then it won't matter. That these units are getting to the pyre. And it doubly won't matter, again, because of rationing scales, I suppose. Have some more burnout. Have some more burnout. Not enough, huh? Very well. In that case, these two will reach the pyre and will damage it, but again, the rationing scales means it won't matter. And that actually means we make more money off the Wickless Tycoon anyway, so this is fine. Oh, because we lose quick. Oh, I hadn't processed that. That's why we didn't get the kill there. When the Wildington dies, we lose quick, so the boss goes twice in a row. Funny. Oh, and then we actually can't even kill here. It's kind of bad. Currently that will kill the boss, though. Is there any way to have any more units die? I don't think so. So we're getting money even on the bottom floor because we also have the Memorial Fund relic, which says gain $5 when a friendly unit dies. That's in addition to the harvest effect of the Baron. So we'll get 10 gold when a friendly unit dies on the floor of the Baron. Glimmer's a nice way to hit enemies. Currently we don't have a spell that can damage enemies in the back line other than Vine Grasp. I'd like to correct that. I always like having one Glimmer. Isn't that double dipping? It sure is. It sure is. I actually haven't won a run with Hallowed Dripping. Apply additional burnout. It's kind of cool. If you had morsels. No, harvest does not activate when a morsel is eaten. However, if the morsels are killed normally, that would work. So if you played like Inferno on morsels or Hallowed Halls on them, then that would work. But a morsel being eaten doesn't count as a death trigger in this game to avoid breaking the Umbra Remnant combo specifically. I would like the ability to reform things. Yeah, it used to, but then they changed it. Shattered Shell would give us a quick sweeper, potentially. That's kind of interesting. That's another fun option. Draft into Shattered Shell. No. I'm hoping our champ will become the sweeper. Lady of the House infused into a draft can be very strong. This event that offers you a divine artifact often appears in the early floors of Monster Train. I think you need to have taken a few shards to get offered this, but you get a bonus for one combat, essentially. Deal 5 damage to enemy units when a friendly unit dies. The Divine Exploding Candle. That sounds great. Give me that for the next boss fight. We'll have a much easier time with it. You can also skip that for 25 gold, but I didn't feel like that was necessary in the slightest here. Move Consume. We don't have any Consume cards. Just getting a couple spells discounted can be nice. What's at the Divine Temple? 30 Magic Power upgrade, or 10 Magic Power piercing. Heck, we could even make a Super Duper Glimmer. It's worth considering, actually. Especially if I'm going to remove a lot of cards. Actually, Super Duper Glimmer seems very strong. Food for thought. So we go to Concealed Caverns very last. Let's see what the Remnant Unit banner has. Just Lady of the House, Lady of the Reformed. Okay. In that case, I'm pretty happy with what we've been offered so far. Is the extreme stone necessary? No, but I like it. I do like it. Okay, molded. Zero cost. Let's find out if we're getting offered holdover, I guess. Double stack. Not worth it. Okay. You can consume. You're going to be zero cost. Alright, I'm going to go a little aggro with our shards here, but I think it's going to work out. Firstly, we sacrifice Wickless Tycoon and fuse it with Draft. This makes a 25 by 2, 15 health, burnout 1, harvest gain 5 gold unit. I'm also going to buy both of these upgrades. Really going to up our shard count here. 30 magic power. And piercing on Glimmer. So this does 42 damage to enemy units on a floor, ignoring any damage, shield, and armor they have. Now dupe that 5 times. That's right. That's right. My only regret is that drafts cost 1 mana. You're welcome, I guess. So do we dupe the Glimmer, or do we dupe the Draft? I guess we dupe the Draft, because in combination with one another, they're going to be extra stupid, right? But the Glimmer is also an exceptionally great pick here. Do you have to take extra shards for duplicating through this event? No. No, you don't. You get 5 copies, no shard cost. It's extra stupid. Probably the strongest event in the game to be offered here. Draft can be endless, though. Only 1 per turn is the problem with the endless drafts, actually, at the moment. Only 1 per turn gets to be endless, because I didn't actually buy the endless upgrade, and maybe I should have. I thought about it. Duped 5 multi-hit Shadow Sieges with sketches. The bunketing. That's a fun time. I'm just thinking how much money we can make with so many drafts. I'd have to make them... Again, the burnout one is going to be a big issue. I was already going to make 2 drafts. 5 seems like too many. Let's make the Glimmers. Let's make the Glimmers. Shiny! Alright, but I actually don't really want to kill your units until I'm making money off of it, you know? Let me hit her. You can just die unceremoniously. Run me more cards. And I don't even think I played this drag. I guess we could play it up top. I don't think I played it all yet. Oh, right, whoops. Exploding Candle. Alright, I'm fine with that, actually. Especially with what the draws are. So that's right. Anytime any unit dies, everything takes 5. Duly noted. I guess it's okay to be Ember Drained. Okay, here's the Glimmers. Let's weaken these two. We do have a Reform unit available. Let's make it. Not going to play that yet. Just going to Glimmer again here. And then I guess I'll pull you to the front. Not sure that makes any difference at all, but here we are. Dang it, Raph, you're late. Here we go. Go after Weldington, I suppose. You'll explode, you'll explode. Money! Oh yeah, we actually want to put them in the very back. That way units that die in front of them from burnout will properly count here. That's right. Look at that power, though. Glimmer is glorious here. Here, you both perish, please. Make me some money. Schwartzization, thanks for 51 heckin' months. Many, many moons of support. I may have forgotten to actually win the fight, though. Didn't consider that part. You know, I could have given extra burnout to the draft, but it didn't even occur to me that I wasn't actually just going to beat the boss with Wildington having 30 health here. Looks like we're super dead. Alright, well, I guess I completely deserve that. He died rich. It's way too focused on money. Didn't even think about the fight there. Rip. It's not about the money. It's about sending a message. That message... Melting Remnant's hard to play. That's the message. Alright, let's try a new run where I'm actually focused on the run and less about talking to chat and focusing on meta things about the game. Seems fine to me. Olivia 5K, thanks for 14 months. How many trains have you derailed in the past year, I said? Not sure, it's so hard to keep track. Amazing. Absolutely glorious. I'm down for Wrathful Prince. Let's try him. Wrathful Prince is cool. Ooh, Resonant Shard Wrathful Prince. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's do that. Let's do that. Very interesting. The Angie. Yeah, this is fine. Actually, don't know what the record is for random Covenant 25 runs. Good question. So he only gains armor on a kill. How do you feel about middle floor? Not very good. Plinks aren't going to do anything, though. Or are they? Oh, hey, Plinks are going to do something. Wouldn't you know it? Cute. Very cute. And we could double Entumbra Assault the Discipled Foot Soldier. That'll work too. This won't be enough to make a difference. Dead. Prince. Oh, Prince, my Prince. Good work. Rage 10. Very powerful with Resonant Shard. I think I'm going to just click on that. Damage Shield, unfortunately, not it when it comes to Hornbreaker Wrathful Prince, as that would prevent him from gaining Rage, although it still is a very powerful card. It's the single photographer's favorite song. Someday, my prince will come. Oof. You know what? I'll take a Prismal Dust. You summon a morsel unit on this floor, create a copy. We wanted to feed more morsels to maybe the Hornbreaker Prince. That's an interesting option. Shadow Eater can be a nice AoE option on decks that have morsel generation. Restore 10 health, deal 10 damage. Morsel Maker is kind of like an automated scaling creation. Merchant of Steel Umber Banner makes me want to go Morsel Master. Although the Plinks will struggle to get kills. Let's go Morsel Master. Also like the fact that it's a 1 capacity unit here. Gonna go Merchant of Steel early. I think that's often wise. Ooh, Fury Stone with Resonant Shard, very powerful. Large Stone also quite interesting here. And what are you? I don't think this is a time for the Alloyed Construct. Crucible Collector looks kind of interesting, though. What if we had a large stone crucible collector on a different floor from the Hornbreaker Prince? And I show what the Resonant Shard does? Yes, it makes rage better. As a status. Normally it's +2 attack power per stack of rage, now it's +3. So any source of rage is fundamentally improved. I'm gonna go with Crucible Collector. Yeah, we haven't had a run with a Crucible Collector. Ooh. Oh man. Hell yeah, 10 cards on turn 1. Teeth of Gold I never really like. Lost Luggage, one of the best. Especially for Umbra, who wants to not take card draw from their upgrade things. We can also make a Big Morsel Master. I'm going to have these units separate. Let's do this. Anyone want rage? No, no one's getting rage. Rage on a Molting Imp could be quite useful, actually. You know what, for 25 gold? Sure, I don't plan on removing these Molting Imps. We're not paying for a reroll there. We didn't really have enough money to buy anything anyway. We could next floor go Merchant of Steel Pyromanes or duplicate something. What on earth would I want to duplicate? Heck if I know. Mark of Invasion with 10 cards turn 1 and a bunch of plink? Sounds like free morsels to me. Give them to me. Oh yeah, my hand is full. Whoops. Fair enough. More. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it this way. Still one. You'll attack the thorns? No, you get killed. Although you'll get hit by thorns. Unless I kill the thorns lady. That seems like an easy choice. More morsels. For everyone. Except we've filled up the everything here. Guess I can do it this way. There we go. So we want to feed kills where possible to the Hornbreaker Prince to stack some armor. But failing that, we're very happy to just scale with morsels here. Sure, you can actually have 4 damage shield. That does sound fine. Sounds mighty fine. D10, you have 1 spell shield, but not damage shield. Okay. And then this actually just beats the boss. Good. Good work, big collector thing. Well done. apply rage to friendly units on summon. Hard to get imps in play, but this is pretty potent. Ascend is interesting. We're trying to do morsel things. It doesn't feel useful. Morsels feed the whole floor? No, just the front unit. Whatever unit's alive in the front at the end of the combat round, that is, specifically. So your front unit dying might change who eats what. With Resonant Shard, I'm going to grab this. I don't know if we're actually going to get a whole lot of use out of it, but... Ooh, Immortal Trade's actually not bad either here. I like being able to add more lifesteal to the Crucible Collector. I'm going to go with one more Entumber Assault, though. Exactly, we can Entumber Assault our own imps. Feels like a really important thing to be able to do, actually. Why don't morsels count for harvest? Imagine if every time you ate a morsel, all enemy units on the floor gained 15 armor. That's why. Yeah, aka that's how it used to work, and it was game breaking. Very game breaking, especially with morsel. With now morsel made, you can just feed unlimited morsels. If they counted for harvest, it would just, oh god. Actually, no. Let me look at it this way. Imagine if every time you fed a morsel to morsel made, Arcus put a weight of contrition on top of your draw pile. Oops. I don't have anything good to Hellvent, do I? Not really. Let's see if we can get multi-strike. Quick! Quick Crucible Collector doesn't seem that good, actually. Yeah, if only we could upgrade the champion. Quick Hornbreaker Prince, that's where it's at. Okay, here we go. Got multi-strike. I think we multi-strike you. Actually, multi-strike lifesteal's bad. Shoot. Well, I guess not that bad. Does mean we go through the lifesteal a lot more quickly. It really isn't that good. And a dad joke for the crowd. What do you call an Umbra unit that adds quick to all of your morsels? A morsel faster. Actually, again, don't actually know if I do want multi-strike. Weird. You can have more rage. It's like an infinite damage multi-amp. Collector wants a good infusion. You always want multi-strike. Most of the time, you want it. It is really good for damage output. I don't know. Here, you have more health. Yeah, it kills off the life steal faster, which is problematic, potentially. Piercing Plink or Piercing Entumber Assault seems okay. -2 cost Ritual of Battle seems excellent. I actually don't have anything to infuse, unless I want to infuse an imp. seems questionable at the moment. I don't think I want to do that. Let's make one of these piercing. Zavana Vaz, thanks for 44 months of support. Heck yeah. Hellhorn consumable, Stygian consumable, or Wormkin consumable? Give me a Wormkin card. What do you got? Total Recall. Return 3 spell cards from the discard pile and add Consume to them. Sure. It's card draw. I like me some card draw. Okay, 50 shards going into Daedalus here. Let's try to actually win instead of just getting face rolled and while trying to make money. I think we can make it work. Molting Imp on the bottom is what I'm going to do. Molting Imp, and then we'll put Hornbreaker Prince, Morsel Master up top. Actually, that's only 2 capacity. Yeah, we do want one more. Be angry, my friend. Get mad. Morsel's pretty dang good for the Crucible Collector here. Let's feed it to our Prince for the moment. It also breaks through all the damage shield on Daedalus as a side bonus. Alright, you need some lifesteal. Oh wait, you're getting swept though. Blah. Fair enough. Here, you get swept too. Just be gone then. Timber Assault you? Let's do that. I'm gonna stick the Rage Imp up here. Question mark? And I think I might have the bomb hit one of these morsels. Yeah, because this imp does 43 damage. Do it that way. You go here, and sure, let's add some rage. Alright, we seem to be chunking things pretty effectively here. Have some more lifesteal. Perfect. And then again, Crucible Collector ends up beating the boss, even though Hornbreaker Prince is doing his best up here. He's not needed, and that's probably for the best. Crunch. Dempy, thanks for 7 months of support. Ooh. We haven't actually won a run with Impalate, but what about Trample on the Hornbreaker Prince? Excess damage is applied to the subsequent unit. That could allow Hornbreaker Prince to really start to truly slap by overkilling the front enemy unit. I actually really like that. I want that. We'll have to make that cheaper, but that's okay. Man, we could make our Crucible Collector even more gigantic. That's a fun essence. Although we'd have to carry it around for a floor. I'd be okay with that. That's then a 65 by 2, just enormous health. Although we won't be able to feed it that many morsels. I don't see that being a problem. Sure, I'll take Demon Fiend here. And we'll take +1 capacity. Card draw not as important because of lost luggage. At least not initially. And we get what, a Divine Artifact now? No, Malika is here. Oh my. Hello, Malika. Take as many trinkets as you can bear to carry. Corrupted Cloud. Deal 4 damage to friendly units every turn. Replace with a better artifact later. Enemy units get 1 damage shield. Replace with a better artifact later. Or when a non-champion unit dies, it is purged forever. We could actually get rid of the imps if we wanted to. Using the Broken Wheel is a really good way to get rid of the Train Stewards permanently. But I'm wondering if we actually just want to go Corrupted Cloud here. Although that would make it very difficult to feed morsels, wouldn't it? This will kill our morsels, I think. Yeah, this event could be really, really crazy. You could also just take nothing from her. But the Broken Wheel is definitely the most abusable of her offerings. Yeah, I suspect morsels will get killed before they get eaten. But we're actually not sure. My fear, if I went for the removal, my fear is that we might end up losing the Crucible Collector accidentally. I don't really like that. I'm just going to take the Corrupted Cloud. Let's try that out. We're going to find out how it works. We're going to find out how it works. Together. For science. For science. We've got remove consume. Doesn't seem that important. Intrinsic would be nice on the Trample Tome, huh? So we can either cross path into the Brawler variant for the Hornbreaker Prince or get more Rage on Revenge. With the Trample Stone, I don't think we need multi-strike. I think all we want to do is... Actually, let me just double check here. We've seen full Wrathful Prince before. No, we haven't. I think it's gained Rage 5? Yeah, let's go Wrathful. We'll also get more armor per kill, which is important. And we're off of just Demon Fiend again. Perfect. Means we took the right thing in the first place. Yeah, Brawler 3 is very fun. With the extra multi-striking. Let's boost one of these plinks. Can I afford to reroll? think we're just going to another Merchant of Magic, right? I think so. Okay, don't take the shards or the reroll then. Just go to the fight. Multi-strike. And we're taking 4 damage to friendly units? I don't think so. These middle floors are pretty spooky. So we have bonus capacity now. I think just like before, we're looking to do Hornbreaker Prince on the top, although these units make that a bit of a challenge. Could also deploy Hornbreaker Prince on the bottom this time around. So these units that gain strength each floor, they're actually pretty good to do this with. Okay, let's try it. He's already getting a kill. That's a good sign. I can feed him a bunch of morsels if I play the Imp and Timber Assault it? Yes. Oh, the answer is yes. We can eat morsels before they do that thing. Okay, that's good. Brown bag in it. Thanks for 12 months. Keep on keeping on. You betcha. With pleasure. This is fine. You'll go in the middle floor then. This is just spell shield. Still probably worth... Actually, probably better to torch you here. Don't even bother playing a train steward. Bye-bye. The Hornbreaker Prince is becoming too powerful. 5 by 2. Yeah, we're gonna buff you with Rage. Hornbreaker Prince is already at more than enough damage. There we go. There's the Trample Tome. 37. Here we go. Yeah. Get them. Glorious. Looks like I probably could have taken Broken Wheel. Man, I've never seen the Hornbreaker Prince do that much work. Sacrifice an Imp, deal 50 to the front enemy unit. I'll skip. Yeah, the fact that it's actually enraging Hornbreaker Prince is pretty great. Gravel's good. We want a few more ways to get morsels. Is it possible to beat the game without any creatures? Asks Silly Squirrel. Yes, it is. It is possible. How many combats to get the better relic? Only 2. And we even get a divine artifact for the next one. Rage 6. Units cost -4. I could just hardcast the Demon Fiend. Although I'm going to infuse the Demon Fiend here. Or everything is dazed on the bottom. I actually don't want Divine Concussive Goals. Just give me the free units. That sounds great. And as tempting as a Merchant of Trinkets is, we don't have actually enough money for a trinket, so we'll go Merchant of Magic here. Mostly, yeah, we just want to remove 2 from the side. Seems like Concealed Caverns is more likely to work out here. Okay, and we did also get Intrinsic. Amazing. I think our game plan just changed in a big way. Anything we want to spell chain? Doesn't look like it. How about Holdover? Holdover Super Battle Ritual seems pretty good. Rather than spell chain. 10 rage per turn. Now that we've guaranteed turn 1 trample, this just seems amazing. Make you cheaper. Let's make you stronger. And we'll buy a reroll here. Make one of these plinks very strong. And make you cheaper again. Good talk. Concealed Caverns, what you got? Actually, maybe wanted to go Concealed Caverns before buying all the spell upgrades. In this case, didn't matter. We'll take Mask of Penumbra. First time we play a morsel unit each turn, draw 1. And all we have to do is pay 5 pyre health. Pretty good. Pretty good. So we've got our Super Collector. We've got good stuff happening. Excellent. And yeah, I used it on the powered up blink on purpose there, indeed. Ah, that's right, Stealthers. Okay, so we want the Hornbreaker Prince on top here. Crucible Collector... I don't know. I'm not sure I'm going to need the Crucible Collector. Gonna be really honest here. Wah! I can get Grubble back. If I wanted to. I don't want to. I guess I could put a bunch of damage shield on Prince, but again, I don't want to do that either. Let's put it on you. Or could I put it on you? That's another option. I'm just gonna let the Hornbreaker Prince do his thing. I think he's gonna be able to do a whole lot. Fear the clipped. You know what? I'm just going to hit my own guy a bunch of times. That sounds great. You're not dying in the back there, though. Listen, friendo. I think you understand how important this is. And give me some more souls. Oh, the damage shield is on the Morsel Master. I was like, why does Hornbreaker Prince have damage shield? He doesn't. He does not. Caw. Oh man, self-made Harpy versus Wrathful Hornbreaker Prince. I feel bad for the Harpy here. Here, you can soften up the Harpy a little bit. I feel really bad for the Harpy. Totally could have taken Broken Wheel. Should have. Definitely should have taken Broken Wheel. We could have gotten so many free removes. Oh well. 'Tis no biggie. Please, hit me as much as you want. Have fun. It will only make me angrier. Deal damage, apply rage for 0 cost, no less. Yeah, that's perfect. Make his damage even higher. Cards I don't want. Malika's back. Surprised by the fact that you're not dead. You only won because I went easy on you. You can now get Vial of Tears. Instead of taking damage, now we heal at the end of each turn. If we want to, we are allowed to just keep taking damage every turn to scale the Hornbreaker Prince. Fun fact. I don't think I want to do that, but it's an option. It is an option. And now we have plenty of good targets for Hellvent. So Unstable Vortex Hellvent sounds excellent. Merchant of Steel offers me not much, since I can't really benefit from the upgrades anyhow. Yeah, just hold over Dark Deal, easy. -2 cost. Could buff the Prismal Dust. I don't really see a huge reason to do that. See, we do need 15 more shards. Okay, we got 2 temples. We'll sort that out later. I could infuse Morsel Master into Morsel Master. That's an interesting option I hadn't considered. Get triple morsels on the Prince, but I don't think that's actually helping much. So what am I duping? Grovel? Ritual of Battle, or what? Double Ritual of Battle seems kind of absurd. Dark deals also a lot of rage. I'll dupe the Grovel. Being able to apply damage shield at key moments seems kind of nice. And we said we didn't want anything here. Okay. Let's fight Orcas. This is the Daze and Incant version. Okay. I'm just gonna do the thing on the bottom floor and ruin all of you fools. Bum, bum. Oh, because we haven't played Trimple yet. Okay, there we go. With that. You could have damage shield. Skip the imp. Essentially, the goal of Hornbreaker Prince is farm Wrath and armor on the bottom floor here. Smart. Okay, we'll make that Entumbra Assault more expensive. I'm fine with that. Just get deployed. Again, preferring to kill my own units where possible, so that Hornbreaker Prince can get more kills. He's too powerful. Have some more. Don't think we're gonna need this Crucible Collector up top. Well, that's okay. Sort of a just in case. Oh. Final wave. Fight. It's actually relatively close. relatively. GG, Arcus. All of these are pretty good, actually. Armor 25 to get more durability, another Dark Deal to stack more rage on the Prince, or Shroud Mitosis. Create additional copies of a morsel unit, notably be able to bypass the capacity restriction of the floor. Let's take Shroud Mitosis here. It's the only card we haven't mastered, after all. Good reason to grab it. And I think we'd like more card draw, although more energy also vaguely tempting. Let's go with more card draw. More cells. More cells. More Merchant of Magic. Ooh, morsels with damage shield 1. Yes, that allows us to use these as jump blockers and also allows us to morsel feed on the top floor. And we could get multi-strike on our Brawler Prince here, but what if we instead got 25 armor per kill? And much higher base stats, notably 40 base health is pretty substantial here. In addition to 5 rage, 15 increased attack power each time that Prince takes damage. Is pretty absurd. Dark Deal rage 14 sounds nice. Let's keep buffing these plinks. Buff this one again. Gonna be removing the others soon. I'll buy some purges here, actually. Do I prefer this champ or the Imp Queen? I prefer this champ. Although, not by a whole lot. Not by a whole lot, mind you. Those stinky plinks out of here. And I didn't see anything I wanted to -2 cost, right? Not Prismal Dust. We could pay for a Purge? Actually, that I like. Yes, get rid of one of these torches. For 10 shards. $20 armor per opponent? Definitely not free here. I don't think we actually get to put Hornbreaker Prince on the bottom this time. Although... no, I don't think we do. 20 armor is actually a big deal here. Plink otherwise would be able to get us some morsel to get started. Okay, fair enough. $97 damage is pretty good, but not enough to get through a 300 armor unit. Problem is these curse adders are going to be a serious issue here. At least I can torch Entumbra Assault the Collector. Need a bit of help chewing through you. Take 5 pyre damage? Looks like I'm going to want to. Are you so big? Okay, I can't let these overwhelm us, these curses. Piercing, that'll do. Only kills the top floor one, though. Dang. Alright, fine. Do it that way. Wait, you lived? Definitely missed where that was happening. Son of a gun. Well, this is bad. At least we have a lot of player health. Oh, right, because killing the enemy reduced the Hornbreaker Prince's rage. I was like, why did we get reduced stuff there? I understand. Okay, Pirate Chomper. Thank you. Making my life easier this turn. Okay, that doesn't really do anything. Don't love that either. Urgh. We'd have the same problem if we set up on the bottom, though, because we didn't have enough damage to get through these tanky frontliners. Spooky. Okay, at least they're all dying up top now. So let's take a little bit more pyre damage. Actually, we don't need to, right? We should probably not. Just take your respite and go. Okay, this enemy's gonna be tough. You're actually not quite dying. Let's fix that. Good. And shield on you for the moment. Set damage shield so I can't kill them. Right, let's do it this way. Okay, I think that's enough. Spooky fight, man. Definitely got overwhelmed by all those curses. Damage shield on the prince now. Steel seems pretty good. Hey, we can't draw that. That's illegal. GG. Alright. Tough battle, but we got our money. Battering ram's kind of interesting. I like it, actually. Given that we're stacking armor with Hornbreaker Prince, I'm going to grab this. Sacrifice. Kill a friendly unit. Yeah. Giant House Key, thanks for the 2 full years of support. Heck yes. Let's see, 2 more removes. Wouldn't mind losing some of these torches. More spell upgrades seems pretty good. Versus Hellvent to duplicate something. What am I duping? Nothing important. We'd rather have holdover on the Morsel copy card anyway, right? Hell's Banners. Here we go. That's all our energy problems sorted out. Do we reroll? Let's reroll. Demon units get multi-strike 1. Unfortunately, the Hornbreaker Prince is not a demon. Morsel Miner on each floor turn 1. Definitely not bad at all, actually. Although the spell upgrades could maybe be better at the Merchant of Magic. No, actually, I'm pretty happy with what we're being offered. Okay, let's take that Morsel Miner. Or no, here. Trinkets. Buy this. I do have enough for the other 25 upgrade. We also need to take something from here. Anything worth spell chaining here? Spell chain Battering Ram, kind of hilarious. Spell chain Shroud Mitosis. Seems better. Let's do that. Thinks I'll have Consume. Really don't need this Molding Imp anymore. And Iwoto, thanks for the 11 months. 1 more to go for the full year. Sorry for missing that. You have 10 more magic power. Ever streamed Bolt of the Void? A few runs of it, Skyset. I liked it okay. And Iwoto, if somebody was trying to work their way into your good graces and seduce you, would they be trying to Iwuto you? Woo Iwoto? 2. Yeah. No refunds. I'm always glad to hear Hurry McDurr. Anytime I play a game that's like a one-off, and people from the community discover and enjoy it, that's good. That's what should be happening. That's what I want to hear and see. Alright, we do have more curses being added with this version of Seraph. But I still think I can do Hornbreaker Prince on top? Question mark? Maybe I don't want to try. Actually, we just die outright to this thing. 25 by 2. Yeah, that's too much damage. Okay, so yeah, go on top then, buddy. Classic. Good job, Plink. You did it. $95 times 2 actually wouldn't be enough. do this then. Aye. Good talk. Yeah, more of these. We really gotta stop some of them somehow. Or else. Deal 3 damage. Okay, I can hit one of these with Entumbra Assault if I want to. Let's do that. Give me some more lifesteal. What if I do this? Take a morsel. Give rage to the morsel. Duplicate the morsel. The copied morsels have rage. Actually, do want to get some armor on Hornbreaker, though, right? Life's hard. Who wants damage shield? You could have some damage shield. Damage. More damage shield. This is all well and good. There's no room for anything more, really. I guess I can kill this imp. More damage shield. Yes, more minions for me to feast on. Good. Just consume torch here. Take 2 damage shields. Okay. Excellent time for Entumbra Assault. Good, good. Prevent those curses from happening. Reduce their health. Perfect. Alright, we have to choose another card to get rid of here. I guess we can lose one of the 2 Grobbles. We're almost through this fight now. Good. Gah. Defend the Spire. Plus 58. Dang. Battering ram does 496 damage. The power. Here, you can have a whole bunch more lifesteal, buddy. Just like all the lifesteal you've ever really wanted in life. Seven-unit limit reached. Bonk. This actually just kills before you get to attack? Interesting. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. There we go. 1 damage shield means the Crucible Collector deals 2,000 damage to Seraph, apparently. Let's see what else we can make happen here. 2,400, 2,700. Seems good. Seems very good. Here, you can have more health too. And you can have some rage. Make it 3,000 damage to Seraph. Power of Lifesteal. Yeah, in terms of the damage we're dealing to Seraph here, the multi-strike isn't contributing anything because our total damage is really determined by the lifesteal stacks. Still a great unit. Overall. And then this stat block versus Seraph means Seraph very, very, very dead. GG. Have 940 damage that you block with spell shields. Good job, Battering Ram. You tried. Each attack with multi-strike consumes 1 stack of lifesteal from the unit. So if you have a ×3 attacker, then each combat round they'll consume 3 lifesteal. Sweep works per target hit, too. So if you sweep a floor of 5 units with lifesteal, you lose 5 lifesteal stacks. I think that's correct. Trample only counts as 1 hit. That sounds right. So, top floor sweep is an issue. Although not that much of an issue. Wonder if we want to try to do Hornbreaker Prince on the bottom here. Seems like he'd be really good at being on the bottom. Wouldn't he? Let's see, 333. And they'll get +2 and can't. So what's the total damage we're looking at here? 12 plus 14 plus 14. 12 plus 20 is 40, 49. So that's already a kill on Prince. But we can use damage shield morsels to block some of that. Only some of that. And we can actually just kill some of these backline units too with like Entumbra assaults. All right, let's try that. I think I'm going to cast Blink. There we go. It's already a bit of an improvement, although we're not actually getting a whole lot of damage out of Hornbreaker here, initially. Now he's dying again. It's funny. Cute. Well, that's a hell of a thing to draw. Better just do it this way then. Let me do this first. Spell chain you. We're actually not even getting a kill now? Funny how that works. Blink up here though. I want that. Okay. Plus 37 on Hornbreaker seems ideal. Molting Imp in the middle can at least damage the Divinity a little bit. Prevents us from drawing it again. Sure. I'm not willing to play this. Alright. Stop there. Although we actually didn't get any rage going on Prince there. That might not have been wise. That is 67. Looks tricky. Not much of a hand here, huh? Spooky. Definitely a little worried that Hornbreaker might die down here. Maybe we should have done Hornbreaker on top, Crucible Collector on bottom. That is feeling more and more correct here. Upon review of the footage, what we really need to do is kill this unit. So we can hope that Plink hits it. It's a bit of a YOLO, though. Easy. Okay, first try. That made my life a lot easier, for sure. Much, much easier. Want you to die? Yes. Okay, I think things are going okay. We got lucky with the Plink there. Our top floor unit can handle these units that are slipping by. Although this is starting to look nastier here. I have nothing to cannibalize? Bummer. Actually, wait, yes I do. Okay, never mind, we're good, we're good. All's well. Attacking morsels with damage shields, still not a problem, actually. Let's do this one. Okay, this is going what I would describe as well, currently. I should have torched the prince before I damage shielded them. That was a bit of a misplay. But we can still just add more damage shield to our Crucible Collector then. Not that it much matters for them either. Okay, Prince is now hitting hard enough to, well, get most of the work done. You can have a damage shield. Can't use Entumber Assault on my own morsels anymore. Which means I don't think I can actually Entumber Assault. Oh well. Have some more rage. And some more. Yeah, that's enough. We're not getting quite all the kills we want, but potato, potato. We're doing well. Although Hornbreaker Prince might have a difficult time surviving this next wave, that's an issue. I don't have much armor here. Okay, they don't do that much damage, though. Still dead, unless... Damage shield. Morsels are here to save the day. Issue up top here. Definitely want more health on you. Battering ram is here. Okay, that helps a lot. Good. I want to make sure all of them die, if possible. Let's see what this creates. Grovel's back, and Entumber Assault and Torch are back. Could Torch, and Entumber Assault. Doesn't seem quite right. Does 30 more damage here? Alright, we'll use Plink here. Alright, that's even better. Okay. Perfect. Nobody gets to the top. You hear me? Nobody. Good work. Excellent. Sacrifice. Still 13. Spell shield 2, though. The only way to get morsels this turn is to sacrifice the Morsel Master, I guess. I'm okay with that. Hornbreaker Prince is able to get stuff done on their own now. Make it so. Blah. We should boost you. Piercing one, too. That we can use here. The stats. Get him, Hornbreaker Prince. You got this. -3. Kind of beautiful, actually. Bonk. Do some overkill to that divinity boss, why don't ya? Alright, I think this is going really well. Looks like we've made it. Prince is now soloing each wave and harvesting massive armor in so doing. Seems pretty good to me. Sacrifice this one. And I guess this one. It's fine. Delicious. Wow. Sure, now you can have a bunch of damage shield. Why not? You can have a bunch of lifesteal. Floris was all top to bottom, right? Does our collector kill the divinity before the prince can? This is not the end. Looks like the prince is getting the kill. It says 0 effect up here, so bottom... Oh, this goes off first. What do you mean the prince is getting the kill? It was just lying. It was absolutely lying that he gets plus 25. Okay, good talk. We found another instance where the combat preview was wrong. Interesting. GG. I gotta say, that Crucible Collector really put in work on that run. Although the Hornbreaker Prince almost was able to solo the game, he notably wasn't able to solo the game. And if it weren't for the backup unit, he would have died there. GG. Relentless Preview calculates all 3 floors individually. Okay, gotcha. But it gets an X if it dies on any floor. Makes sense. So does that mean you could see it not dying in the combat preview, but it dies for real? Because it just takes damage on each floor, but some of the damage kills it. Carissa says, I think it's of an X if it dies to the sum of the 3 floors. Okay. Curious. Either way, really, really good run. We got another crown marked off. That was Hornbreaker Prince, one of the more difficult ones to win with. Plus the power of Umbra. Feeding morsels. Good talk. The yellow and the purple crowns are for different champs. So to get the purple crown for the same clan combination, we'd have to do that run, but with the Shardtail Queen champion. What divinity floor fights against the pyre? The top one, ward square, the head. The sweep floor. So the pyre has a reasonable matchup there, at least. GG. Let's do another one. Keep going random for the moment. However, before we actually jump into this run proper... Ooh, this is Penumbra plus Awoken. I like that. 2 Glimmers, 2 Prismal Dust, and a Gem Trove seem like excellent starter cards. Before we jump into this run right and proper, I am going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water. Upon my return, Penumbra Awoken tackles the Monster Train game. I almost said the Spire. I'm thinking we might want Architect Penumbra for this, but we won't know until I return whether we're getting offered it. Be right back, everybody. Have we already won with this combo? We might have. I don't feel like we have. With Wildington, this is Umbra Awoken. Yes, we have, actually. With Penumbra. So we could choose not to play this, if we wanted to, because it is a duplicate victory, or we can just enjoy the random for the moment, which is probably what I'm going to do. Back in a few, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Alright, Twitch chat, we're back. Take all the fun plays instead of the correct ones. Don't forget, we still have cards to master too, right? This could be the run where we try to get Shadow Siege mastered. So maybe that's what happens. Maybe that's what happens. Let's see. Are we going to be Architect? Yes, if we want it, or we're Trample. I think we want to go Architect, though. The way I see this setup working is that we use a very big Awoken unit as our main combat device, with Architect Penumbra behind it contributing additional damage. And then in front, we'd like either a multi-striker or a sweeper from the Awoken clan. Let's take a look at our banners just real quick here. Merchant of Steel Umbra banner. Merchant of Magic Awoken banner. Works for me. Ooh, units cost -2. Ooh, I like it. Split Anvil can also be neat, especially with X-cost cards and a Gem Trove. When we play a spell, any cheaper spells become 0 cost. And we have a lot of spells, actually, as well as the ability to draw more cards. Actually, don't discount Split Anvil here. Genuinely a tough call. Seems like an easy skip. The Flame enables Volatile Gauge. What? Split Anvil enables Volatile Gauge. Don't give me that nonsense. Split Anvil's way better with Volatile Gauge. Vapor Funnel is, is something. Traitor's Quill, 30 damage to the front enemy unit when a card with Consume is played. I mean, I've got 2 Prismal Dusts already. That alone is pretty good reason here. Firebox is fun. If I want to master Shadow Siege, this would be the way to go. Also, we have 2 X-Cost cards, which we could add Intrinsic to. Man, these are all great. Actually, you know what? I am going to take the Firebox. And there's that unit draft I was hoping for. Might have to take some pyre damage for this, and I'm completely okay if that's the case. Ten Ember turn 1. With power. Suppose we'll go top floor Penumbra. Have some attack power. Oh. So here, if I play Gem Trove, the Root Seeds will become free, as there are spells that are cheaper than Gem Trove. Okay, that priest is getting to the pyre, pretty much no matter what. More or less have to play a Train Steward, so I think what I do here is Train Steward, then Prismal Dust. And that makes the Shade Splitters all free. Yeah, we're not getting enough to kill you, so let's get the bonus energy next turn. And here we're hoping at least the foot soldier can be killed, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, actually. Nice 5. Oh! Easy every time. Perfect kills. Just barely enough damage to get through that 10 armor. Not bad at all. Protect the Bone Shaker. That's what they all say. Here, you just use some lifesteal. Why did the Pyre take damage there? The enlarged version of the Priest has a property that says when this unit dies, deal 5 damage to the front unit of yours. And so that damages the Pyre too. Ooh, more space. Even more space. Definitely tempting here. Mind Collapse can kill targeted enemies. Another X-Cost card as well, which is nice with the Split Anvil. Hey there, Krogzar. Actually, Mind Collapse seems kind of cool. With Split Anvil. Sure. How about Sharpen? It's nice to be able to get spikes. And it's Umbra, but I don't know. I don't want too many spells. At least not yet. Alright, here's some options for a unit or an infusion. These aren't quite what we're looking for, though. We'd like a multi-striker or a sweeper. Or something really big. Like, really big. Not these. Awoken Hollow can be interesting if you can give it lifesteal. We also do have 2 Glimmers. Also just had a pretty successful collector run. Although I'd rather go Crucible Warden. I think? Well, actually, Interesting. I'm really not sure I want any of these. We don't need them for the next fight. We've got another unit banner coming up. I'm gonna skip these. These ain't it. No, I'll tell you what's it. Large Stone. Alloyed Construct. Oof. Or Large Stone Morsel Maker. Oof. Also. Odd. These are even less it. We have to take one of them, though, it feels like. Morsel Maker is kind of a cool infusion, actually. I'm cool taking the Morsel Maker and not really dedicating upgrades to it. Maybe 25 HP. Yes, the 6/6 infusion is quite good, especially with the right host unit. We are going to look at an Awoken Banner unit next floor. Unfortunately, the Divine Temple is here, right? But there's another one on Ring 4, so that's when we'll do our fusing. Okay. That seems fine. In that case, yes. Just give health to this thing for 1 floor. Don't bother with the rest, because we're going to be deleting this unit anyway. Do we want to make anything intrinsic? Yes. Yes, we definitely want intrinsic Prismal Dust with improved Firebox, do we not? We could also go intrinsic Gem Trove if we want to get a head start on morsels. And then I guess we'd like to make this double stack as well. How about 30 magic power on a Glimmer? Also yes. And more enemies? Also yes. Hello. Oh, cute, and we even drew the gem trove. How brilliant. Alright, we'll go top floor, I suppose. Although we are going to get curses. It'll be mildly annoying. But not majorly. If we reach 100 out of 100 pack shards, then we get to fight an extra powerful final boss at the end of the run. Alright, apply 8 damage shield to the Morsel Maker. And then since we played an 8-cost card, Split Anvil says this 4-cost spell becomes free. Easy. Oh, those go in front? Okay, we definitely want to be putting Primordium in front then. That didn't work the way I thought it was going to. That's fine, though. It's squished. Yeah, rip morsels each turn. Oh well. Seems fine. It's preserving our damage shield, at least. And sometimes the morsel just tanks the hit for free. Even better. That'll be a problem. Suppose we boost you. Really not that bad in the grand scheme of things. Sweeper boss a little scary here, but we have the raw combat stats to beat them, thankfully. Easy. More morsel generation looks not bad here. Nice and reliable. I'll take 1 pack morsels. These I don't think I want. Maybe Razor Sharp Edge? Maybe. Actually, yeah, if I'm looking for a sweeper or multi-striker, this seems like a good card. Please give me a sweeper or a multi-striker, Awoken Banner unit. Let's see. Double stack. Oh, we got it. Ooh, nice. Very good. Bummer. Okay. Do we go Thorned Hollow or what? Or do I try to beat Daedalus with what we have? Wait one more floor. Spooky. Yeah, the hollows are definitely awkward without the starting healing of Awoken here. Definitely awkward. You actually don't even have any spikes by default. That's right, next floor is Umbra Banner only. Which I'm okay with, actually. That's true, we could use the Thorn Hollow as an infusion, but knowing that the morsels get put in front of the Morsel Maker, I don't want to do that. Guess we could take the Thorn Hollow just for the next fight, and then figure it out from there? Sure, okay. It is a decent infusion, I agree. Gem Trove costing 3 feels like it would be beneficial. Do we pay for anything here? We don't have a merchant next floor? Okay, let's get a purge now then. Actually, let's go here first. Build a card. Any card. Armor spikes. Hey, regen. Or just give spikes directly. Go regen. Ascend. Sure. Card draw or money? I want money. Apply regen 4, ascend the unit, gain 20 bucks. Yeah, I'll take that. Definitely some fun stuff you can do with that. Makes me want to reroll for holdover now. That'd be worth it. No, okay. Guess no purge then, huh? Well, we'll pay for our purges later. Not as much emphasis in Monster Train on getting early card purges because you can buy as many purges as you can afford at each shop. So yes, we can go Thorned Hollow Morsel Master here. It's pretty good. Actually quite like that. Although that means I can't now use any of my other morsels meaningfully at all. That's okay for this fight. Doesn't matter that much. Here, you get some attack power. Yeah, no way to play lifesteal morsels, but again, I don't think that's going to matter too much with 12 damage shields. I can play the Glimmers after all, still. I can also ascend morsels if I want to, although I'd rather regen on this thing directly. Here, you just die. continue to boost you in the back. And you. Damage shield the whole floor. Sure. Then I can play this for a kill here, getting back to energy, and play the stewards. Here. Cute. You're actually not quite dying in the back here. Oh well. Everybody gets damage shield. Everyone. Here, have some morsels to eat. Daedalus. Just because you can. Look at that thing. 105 health, 18 spikes and counting. That's power. Bonk. Ten health and spikes 3. This is such a weird, weird card. It seems so weak. But I guess the point is that you can increase the max health of a unit repeatedly, as well as scaling spikes. This is what? Consume Seraph? It's not bad, actually. Again, with the split anvil, mainly. Swap. Actually, yeah, the fact that this restores to full health is kind of neat with the spike unit. Also with damage shields. I'm gonna grab a cycle of life. Don't see a whole lot of use for quick. There we go, finally a sweeper. That's probably what I'm gonna take. Since that is explicitly what I asked for. What does sweep do? Sweep units attack all enemy units rather than just one. Shadow Eater infusion would work? No, the Shadow Eater doesn't pass the damage, only the healing. Unless you mean take a Shadow Eater and infuse it with a Thorned Hollow. Oh, but the healing will give spikes. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh. Oh, interesting. What a curious creation. of dig that. And I have the regen card? Sure. Yeah, that's cool, actually. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Penumbra, Morsel Maker, Thorned Hollow. Which is 4 capacity. Once you factor for Penumbra. Morsel makes it 6. Not sure about Morsel Maker at the moment. Definitely feels like we want to get some more card draw going, though. With the split anvil, card draw is absolutely enormous here. We might be taking capacity next. It's really going to depend. Alright, so do I still need an Umbra unit banner? Or can we go Hellvent or something? There's some fun Hellvent options, that's for sure. Removing 2 looks pretty good as well. It sure does. Much rather do that than dupe, actually. Shadow Eater again. Lifesteal also a fun infusion for the spiky boy, but seems fine now. If we resummon our champion, do we get more pips? Yes. Yes, we do. Although currently I don't think we have any way to do that. In fact, also if you're cross-clan with Hellhorned and you get the Ashes relic that says summon effects apply twice, then you'll get twice as much capacity from Penumbra, because it is a summon effect. Ooh, chance to apply Dazed. That actually helpful? Kind of. I like it more than I like Golden Vault. Sure. Could hurt us if we're setting up bottom with spikes, but I don't see why I would be setting up bottom with spikes. Glutton Penumbra is also an interesting option that we hadn't considered as a way to cross path. Separate floors. Penumbra, Morsel Maker, and the Spikes Boy. Ooh, I kind of dig that, too. Ooh, that might be really good. Yeah, you do that. There's 30 magic power. Slap that on the other Glimmer? Pretty tempting. Purge is not bad. Lurk. 80 shards currently. Merchants of Steel are hard to come by. Oh, geez, there are no Merchants of Steel. What the hell? Really? Wow. First one... Next one's on Ring 7? To go with an unupgraded Thorned Hollow until Ring 7. Ugh. Okay, well that's where Penumbra comes in. Penumbra's gonna do all the work. Good luck to us, I guess. Yeah, what a strange merchant distribution. No kidding. Confusing. Can we allow multi-strike? That seems relatively unlikely. Although I have, again, this. Seems risky. Let's do it. More spike damage, that's right. That's So we're going to put Penumbra on the bottom floor, because Penumbra needs to beat the boss. And this boss gets stronger on each floor. Yes, that sounds right. Please enjoy 14 damage shield. Seems like the perfect amount of damage for the moment. Just you. This unit alone is already a problem, actually. I'm not sure what to do about that. Like, that could easily just kill our Pyre on its own. That'll help. It's only got 9 regen. Okay, so Glimmer does the big damage to it. Okay, we just kill the Collector with Mind Collapse. Does that mean you go in the middle, then? Sure seems like it might be a good place for you to be. Yes. Can feed less morsels that way, but I can also feed 1 per turn in the middle here. Okay, yeah, this will be fine. 1 per turn ought to be enough. So then we play Mind Collapse next. Kill you. I don't even need the energy back, actually. Nice 18, and you're healing, right? So what if... Yeah! Good. Good. Also good. Cycle of Life or Gem Trove, not both. Have to choose. Oh, also, we're going to ascend the Thorned Hollow because of the old magic. Suppose that's fine, too. Another option is to ascend this Clipped Defender so that we can clear this wave more easily. Fun choices. I'm gonna go with more spikes. Yeah, I'm gonna go with more spikes overall. Just swing the Morsel Maker. Oh, that's a fun option. Although then we don't benefit from the regen. Though again, we want Penumbra eating all the morsels, genuinely. Lifesteal. That's more spikes. You eat this one. Give you a little more damage. Chase do one here. Old magic again. Should play Prismal Dust first. It'll make everything else free. You have more damage shields. Okay, so this unit will do 5 to the Pyre if they get through. We are going to be at spikes 20. So yes, you end up super dead. I think you'll even be able to kill both of those. Spell shield means that won't happen. Okay. I actually don't know if I have a way to kill this priest anyway. Alright, well if this wave is fine, then this wave will also be fine. So yes, we just play Old Magic here. Stack more spikes. Easy peasy like. I guess we play this down here? Or maybe up here. Let's be more spikes up here. Actually, wait, doesn't this result in a kill? Yeah, there we go, never mind. I don't know why I was worried. You'd love to see it. Hey, this is working really well. Blah. Boss dead. GG, nerd. I think more and more I'm starting to find success with Umbra when I utilize more than one floor of my terrain. Do we want to cannibalize? Only thing to cannibalize are other morsels, really. I'll always have one with the morsel maker, though. Yeah, I'll take a cannibalize. Discount on healing spells. Or resolve, restore 5 health to friendly units. What an interesting infusion. That's very cool with our Thorned Hollow, actually. Huh. Huh. I mean, I don't think that's better than Engraft, though, but it's still nice. Engraft is where it's at. We get a Divine Artifact for Ring 5, which I'll happily take. -4 cost on units, or... which in practice means more damage shield on turn 1. +10 attack power on all our stuff sounds better. Especially with the morsels. All that sacrifice for what? Alright, so we're going Merchant of Magic, I guess. We'd love the card removes. There's plenty of spell upgrades. It would be nice. Holdover Old Magic would be my favorite in particular. Ask and ye shall receive. That'll give us 20 bucks per floor. Although we are on Ring 5 here, we can still benefit 5, 6, and 7, 3 combats from 20 gold per turn. That's very good. That's very good. We could also do Holdover and Graft to create a constant spikes generating card on the Hollow. But I mean, Old Magic is already doing that, stacking regen too. That means the Spikes Hollow basically has to be on the top floor. Maybe Ascending wasn't the best thing to add to that card. But we could do other fun things with it too, like Ascend Morsels. Here. You're going to be free. Mr. Engraft card. And we're going to reroll. Anything really benefit from -1 cost at this point? We've had a couple turns where Gem Trove Cycle of Life drawn together has been annoying. Let's make this 1 cost less. That way we can play them. Also works to ascend enemies where that's helpful. Which is sometimes. Let's buy a Train Steward per... Actually, we still have remove 2, right? Let's get that. Always a sucker for choose one of 3 artifacts. Dang it. Order? Sap Tap's also quite good. That's just draw 1 every turn without fail. I'll take draw 1 every turn. Do we actually want to use this? Sure. Add it to Mind Collapse. Non-boss enemies heal all when moving up a floor. That can be pretty spooky here. For another random artifact. There are not that many I would even like that much. Do not think I want to do this. Especially with these overcharged tanks. One of them getting to the pyre, even with boons at the blacksmith, because our pyre health is fairly low. This could be death. One of the wrong circumstances. Extra early survivability on Penumbra. Note that Penumbra already has lifesteal too, and again, we have the Prismal Dust. I don't know what extra survivability I need here. Actually just kill this one. Let's do that. Spikes on Penumbra. Just a little bit is not bad here either. This, yeah, like this guy, if we were playing with Heaven's Seal, I don't know what we would do about Overcharge Tank here. I think he would just kill us. Just kill us dead. Oh, I can actually engraft? Wow, and I can play Gem Trove. Okay, wow. Alright, good talk. Bum, bum. Oh, I see, because you're getting armor. Even though you're taking damage. Difficult. Guess we actually want to use Glimmer to weaken the overcharged tank. Probably the same is true of Mind Collapse, huh? These are fine. You're fine. This is fine. Although you are losing some damage shield down here. That's slightly annoying, more than anything. I actually won't draw one off Sap Tap unless I actually play Glimmer to heal, though. I guess that's fine. Again, this wouldn't work at all if we'd taken the challenge. That would be pretty bad. And no more room for morsels, so don't play these, I guess. Alright, here we are. We got him. Definitely worried about that. Some more damage shield, friendo. It's working! +1 stealthy boss. What if it wasn't really a problem that much? Actually, taking more turns to get to the top is good because that means we get more turns of playing our money-making card. So I'm happy about that. Make me money. $66 spikes, by the way. That's pretty good. GG. $280 already. Beast, trigger feeding on units with eaten abilities. That'll let us play more morsels. Yes. Deal damage to the front enemy equal to 10 times the amount of spikes on friendly units. Alternately, Ensnare, also really nice. I'm gonna grab the no-nonsense Ensnare. Root one enemy. Prevent them from getting to the pyre for another turn. Like a better version of spreading spores, right? Alright, do I care about trinket merchants? Not as much as I care about continuing to remove all the cards in the deck. Okay, restore 11, sure. Remove Consume from the Prismal Dust is kind of interesting. Remove Consume Packed Morsels could be a nice way to get more morsels. Let's do that. Nice and reusable. What do you got? -2 cost. / 10 power piercing. I'd add more -2 on Prismal Dust if I wanted more damage shield. I don't think that I do. I'm just gonna take this Divine Horde at the very end. Good talk. car. So, still want to try to do Penumbra on the bottom, Spike guy on the top? Could try Penumbra in the middle, Spike guy on the top. Or we could just go full Spike guy, even. All spikes up top, Penumbra in the back. Actually, that might work really well. Sure. Play a bit of a weird order here. Wait, does it mean I can't... I don't think that through. You can still make this work, though. Or we can just ascend him, actually. That's even better, although he'll go to the back if I do that. That does specify an enemy unit, huh? Okay, yeah, we'll just have to ascend him then. Which means we won't be doing spike things. Trouble, trouble. Yeah, trouble. See what I did here. Don't love it. Although this is going to be better scaling for Penumbra, so actually probably fine. Is my guess. Perhaps even how I was meant to play it. That's right, there's Gorge. Feast, whatever you want to call it. This is Rally, that's fine. Have more spikes. Could have lifesteal. So here's where we could ascend the Thorn Hollow. I actually don't think we want to at the moment. Let's just do that there. Snare Arcus here. Peace doesn't matter. Not really, anyway. Yeah, we want the spikes to thin out the waves so that Penumbra's huge attack power can just kill stuff. It's mostly gonna work here. Really good hands. Crazy good hands. I've got to be very careful here. There's also such a thing as too many morsels. can also ascend morsels here. Or do send it like this, yeah? Good talk. Alright, take a little bit of fire damage from this big lad getting through. Thankfully, with the Boons of the Blacksmith, it's only one hit on the pyre. The second... What are you, Winged Enforcer? Is that what you're called? Clipped Guardian. Second of these Clipped Guardians, also potentially a problem. This wave also looking bad. Yeah, this one dies, no problem. Front one, but it's the back one that's gonna do some fire damage. Maybe another one hit for 6. That's not too bad, I guess. This one will be maybe the same, but we might be able to deal a bit more damage with our better setup here. We could also ensnare one of them, although with this big guy coming up, probably not a good idea. Ooh, spells on the top floor. You got it. Great floor for Glimmer. Okay. Yeah. Guess we can ensnare this big one. How do I deal with you then? Currently we're not going to. Take 6 is how I deal with this guy. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, let's ensnare you. Give you 4 regen. Actually, I should have done that on one of my morsels. That's what I should have done. Play that up top. Play this now. Play Root Seeds here. And now I can feast up top with no penalty. There we go. Oh, that actually removes the ensnare. Interesting. I thought I was just going to prevent him from moving. Didn't realize that actually takes the stack of ensnare away. Huh. Well, I learned something. Glad I did that. Very much glad I did that. Prevents moving once. I thought it was prevents moving, decays at the end of turn. Very interesting. Yeah, we can glimmer up here. Continue to razor sharp edge you. Don't want the armor there, so let's not do that. Fortunately, all is well. Let's actually ascend morsels like we're meant to be doing. Looks like we easily beat Arcus, is the good news. Lee, my friend. Become all-powerful. Pizza. GG. Concerned about our ability to handle 290 health enemies next battle. I am also a little worried, especially if they show up early. Ooh, that helps. Wretch is overkill, but Shroud Mitosis actually meaningfully lets us feed more morsels by bypassing the capacity limit, just like last run. Speaking of, do we want more capacity? I think so. I think we want to be able to jam more morsels onto each space on the floor. This one. But you know what might really help with killing 290 health enemies is literally any upgrades on the Thorned Hollow, who has previously not had a single one. We finally made it to Ring 7, when we can again get a Merchant of Steel. So yeah, let's freaking do it, man. Please and thank you. As tempting as Remove 2 plus Merchant of Trinkets is. Of course, we're offered a large stone. Starting Spikes is okay. Don't think we want to make it bigger. Yeah, Feast on Holdover would be good. Plus 9 plus 4 Gorge is, I think, what we want to do here. Need better stat scaling on Penumbra. Interesting glimmer worth thinking about. What would we be looking for Thorned Hollow here? Good question. Don't think it's endless. It's not quick. Multi-strike's okay. Not great, but definitely okay. Definitely cool just adding more spikes to it. I'm also just going to slap 10 damage on Morsel Maker here. Here's multi-strike. Okay. Yeah, let's do multi-strike. Seems perfectly fine to me. And then maybe we get a third upgrade here if we're particularly lucky. Oh, we do. We can make it tiny. The smallest hollow in the world. Which means we could feed a lot more morsels to it. Neat. Smallow. Could have done Large Stone. True. Although I think I actually like Multi-Strike better. If only we'd done Multi-Strike Large Stone. That would have been the best. Knowing that we'd get this. Small Hollow. So tiny. With an endless appetite. So small you almost miss them. Before returning to the train. Yeah, I really like that their model size actually shrinks down to reflect the fact that they're now tiny. Do we dupe it now? I don't think so. Because it's really all about how many morsels and healing effects it gets fed. 2 of them doesn't really change that much. I'm not afraid. Although again, maybe I should be. Perhaps I ought to be. Let's do it the normal way this time. See how this works out for us. Oh, that was wrong. Should have done that differently. That was... no, I couldn't, actually. No, I had to do it that way. Whatever. Alright, you need some stat scaling, my friend. As much as I'd love to feed morsels to the top guy for procking, etc., we need to talk here. About your stats, that is. Although, maybe 1 lifesteal here. Get some spikes. Let's also draw 1 that way. Yeah, this is an issue. Just a little slow to get online. Oof, and I have nothing to sacrifice either. Worrisome. Certainly worrisome. Curses are being a problem too. This is spooky. Very happy we have Boons of the Blacksmith. But there are big problems on deck currently. That unit won't do that much damage, but the next one and the next one will, so we gotta change things. That sap, though. Yeah, we might be dead even just to this winged guy on the top floor right now. Just don't have the immediate damage output required here, it seems. Yeah, I don't see how we stop this fool. Doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. Not seem like it's gonna happen. Unfortunately. We can get a lot of scaling this turn, but it's too many turns in already. That's right, Covenant 25 ain't no joke. And I continue to say that morsels are absolute crap as a strategy. Actually didn't like Monster Train much before the last Divinity DLC landed, because of Umbra specifically. They've definitely improved as a clan, but I don't like them. That said, I'm not too surprised this run lost in the end. We looked at many unit banners at the beginning of the run, looking for something that could scale and win, and we didn't find anything that we were looking for. We put this plan together kind of on a hope and a prayer, but it was very much improvised out of desperation. So I can't say I'm too surprised to lose that way. Oh well, GG. GG. Had we taken a sweeper, had we gotten an Animus of Will, I see a totally different run. But what we got didn't cut it. GG. Where should we have made different choices? We should not have taken the Shadow Eater. Shadow Eater was cute with the Thorned Hollow, but it was absolutely the wrong thing to do. What we should have done was take the Sweeper unit and infuse the Spike Boy into it, so that we had a Sweeper we could scale with more souls. Actually, no, not, or a Sweeper that got 6/6 per turn is the other option, off of the other thing. But that still wouldn't have helped with 290 front units. I actually don't know what our answer to that was. Like, maybe I needed to take the Excavation Eruption? I'm not sure. Really not sure. Oh well. We're at about the halfway point here. I have promised Slay the Spire 4 days a week, and I will continue to do that. Let's play some Slay. 820 hearts. What's the card mastery count at? What is it at? It's time to slay some Spire. $206 still. Oh, that's right. We didn't win any yesterday. Foolish. Okay, what? I gotta do too many things at once here. Slay. Time to slay the day. Do you remember hearing that I played the last spell? No. What I've been saying is that I do not intend to play the last spell currently. Although what I've heard of the soundtrack is pretty jammin'. I don't feel satisfied with our last Defect run, so we're going to start a rotation on Defect today. The robot. The blue character. Before we do that, though, I am going to take a break, refill my legs, stretch the water. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. When I return, it's slaying time. We're going to be embarking on an Ascension 20 run with the Defect, looking to further our Mastery Challenge, where we're trying to win the game with all of the different cards. BRB, everybody. Ooh, it might be on Spotify. Maybe I'll have to listen to it during the stream pre-roll. All right, back in a few. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Thanks for hanging out. Ooh, random rare relic start. Pretty tempting. We fighting slime boss? Yes. Even more tempting. The early elite placement looks a little tricky. This could be a fewer elite act. That makes me even feel a little bit better about trading health for a random rare relic, as I'm less likely to need the health and more likely to need more relics. Sure, let's see what we get. Quite a few of the different rare relic starts can be obscenely powerful. In this case, Lizard Tail I wouldn't call obscenely strong, but is definitely a nice insurance policy. It's well worth 18 health, that's for sure. Since it literally gives us more than 18 health. If I wanted to do a 2 elite path, this looks reasonable. There's also more upgrade focus this way. Guess I'll mark this one in red then. It is technically the more challenging of the two paths. Flexibility here. One, two, 3 rest sites versus 1, 2, 3, 4. So trading 1 rest site for 1 elite. In either case, we have to go through an early shop to get here. Actually, not in either case. Could go around the early store if I'm going green path only. But if I want to get onto the red path here and fight 2 elites, it's not going to work out. And I don't even mind going into an early shop as Defect. Remove 1 strike ain't so bad. So let's start out here then. Combat, shop, combat, combat. We'll know whether or not we're able to take on red path. I think we will be. I mean, we have a lizard tail, so like, what's the worst that happens, right? There's even a 4 elite path if I'm willing to go 0 rest sites, but that seems suicidal. Without upgrades, we're not going to be able to beat elites. It's not a thing. That's not a thing. Also, my health is not a thing, thanks to this opening draw. Goodbye, hit points. Can't quite kill, right? Alas. Okay. Otherwise, pretty decent. 7 damage could have just as easily happened to Jawworm, so I suppose I shan't complain. Also, pretty happy to see a first fight potion drop. And a beam cell early is also not bad, although if I'm planning on removing a strike, it's a little worse. Just a little bit. Scooby, thanks for 2 months. And Job. Job601, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome. The Cozy Sub Club. First card Storm is a fun way to play Defect, but not necessarily an effective one. Oh, early Doom and Gloom slaps pretty hard. Rip and Tear also not bad. And honestly, an on-sale Auto Shields is a very powerful early card as well. Maybe we're not purchasing a card removal here at all. Instead, just going Auto Shields and either Rip and Tear or Doom and Gloom. Can I afford Rip and Tear and Doom and Gloom alongside Auto Shields? No, we have only 79 gold left, which means we must remove a card if the Auto Shields is what I wanted. And it is, thanks to being on sale and a not mastered uncommon, too. Generally not a card you want in duplicate, but here we are. That actually makes me want to remove a Defend now, almost. Especially with Gremlinob threatening. Sure, let's go Defend removal first. Keep the Zap, the Dual Cast, and all of our strikes to go with Strength Potion Beam Cell. And see where life takes us. Don't sleep on Auto Shields. It can be quite strong. 11 block for 1 energy is more efficient than almost anything else in the game. Ooh, and I think it pairs extremely well with Rebound, which can allow you to put the Auto Shields back on top and guarantee that it's the first card you play on the next turn. Don't sleep on Auto Shields, it's really uncomfortable. Second beam cell. You know, with 2 beam cells, you don't often have to upgrade the first one. Or I could take a charged battery here and feel pretty happy. We already would have had 2 storms. That's cute. How did I get a mastery mod? Community member BE made it for me. Is that the exact same cardboard? That's funny. I'll take a charged battery. We'll upgrade the beam cell. We'll also take the golden idol, losing a little bit of max health. Golden idol early is super, super worth it. Easily 250 gold by the end of the run, even if we don't get any event that interacts with it. The Mastery mod simply displays in-game which cards we haven't mastered according to our current Mastery challenge, where we have to defeat the game with 2 or more copies in our deck of each card. Kind of like the Mastery requirement of Monster Train, except we need 2 of them just to make it harder. Squish! Alright, get that extra turn of Vulnerable. And with +2 strength from the Strength Potion, I really don't see this going that badly, even if it is the dreaded Gremlin Knob. And it's not, it's the 3 sentries, and I think Rebound Auto Shields will do wonders here. Do I still want to use the Strength Potion? Yeah, I think so. We'll get plenty more rewards before the next elite anyway. Let's do it. When in doubt, target the one in front or back with less health. Could kill the front one if and only if... Actually, if either Lightning Orb gets there, we get there, right? Because now 11 plus 8 is 19. That's better than playing... Actually, is it better than playing Charge Battery Defend? Surely it is, yes. Just take 10. Don't want to rebound anything. Faster you can get this down to a 2-on-1, or better yet, a 1-on-1, the better the fight will go for you. Definitely not perfect draws for us, but adequate. Definitely adequate. Adequate. How's it going, Gokika? Kerblam. Alright, +1 dexterity is very good. We are fairly heavy on block cards for the moment, and this is one of the only ways for Defect to gain dexterity. I want to stack a Blizzard or a Turbo. I think the answer to that is a resounding no thanks to any of these. No way. Not even Turbo. And I'm going to upgrade Auto Shields. Let's make it 16 block for 1 energy. Darkstone Periapt is here. Gain up max health when we get cursed. A classic early relic to find. Not exactly useful. I'm pretty okay with a blue key here. Let's do that. And we have to take a minimum of 2 events on the way to the elite. I'd like to take 2 combats because we currently have 2 empty potion slots. Let's see what we can do here. First up, the Blue Slaver. Should be pretty easy with our premium block cards here. Pretty easy indeed. Yeah, we get to rebound the Auto Shields Plus. You'll love to see it. Also, we kill. Perfect fight. There's a potion. Focus potion. Gain 2 focus. And Melter or Buffer. Wow. Actually, Melter's really good with what we've got going on, which is kind of high-value Defect cards. Buffer is such a premium blocker, though, but particularly good against Slime Boss, as it allows us to just tank that first Slime Crush. Works on Gremlin Knob, too. Yeah, I'll take this. Buffer's too good. That's right, no turbo, because we currently don't have enough card draw to make it useful. Draw 4 1-energy cards in turbo, then you have 5 energy, 3 1-energy cards left. You can't even spend all the energy the turbo gives. You need either some more expensive cards or some card draw before turbo starts to become really worth it. Not really worth it playing Buffer here. Let's just go Auto Shields, Battery. I should probably dual cast over Zapping, so that we can get an idea of who to target here. Oh, nice. Wow. That worked out. Four, 6, 4 deals 14. Block 6. Take 8. Ouch. Guess that's okay. Could be worse, I suppose. Just get rid of you. Bullfire? Alright, normally 8 health would be pretty scary, but with Lizard Tail, it's not too bad. Ball Lightning, yes. Actually, we could consider Darkness here. Darkness is good with Rebound, good with our premium block cards. Though I think I like the more immediate damage impact of the Ball Lightning. Let's try to go Lightning Orb heavy here. Upgrade Buffer? Oh, yeah. Then this elite is no problem at all. And we can lose a Focus Potion, 118 gold, or Charge Battery to Ranwid in order to gain another Relic here. Good job, Ranwid. I'll trade you a Focus Potion. I've got a Buffer Plus. I don't need this potion. Am I running the script? Oh, I think I might have failed to do something. That would explain quite a bit, actually. How about now? Yes, I did forget to do something important there. Thank you. Boat. I'm a boat, and that's okay. Yeah, it'll take a minute now. A floor or two. Beep. Buffety. Although actually boat and auto shields are known foes. Sundial. Every 3 times we shuffle the draw pile, gain energy. Okay. Second Rebound is here. Actually, kind of dig that, since 1, we don't have Mastery of Rebound yet, so we would like to have a run where there's 2 of them. And I particularly like that with the auto shields. FTL is also pretty decent here, as an attack that draws 1. Let's go double Rebound. Double Rebound. Good reason to upgrade the Ball Lightning, then? Or actually the Charge Battery, too. Let's upgrade the Ball Lightning. It's going to be one of our rebound targets a lot of the time. With Buffer Plus, I don't feel the need to rest before Slime Boss, even on 8 health. And again, worst case scenario, we've got a Lizard Tail. Silent Bot, thanks for the 3 months. I am in the good old US of A. the script erroring? Yes. What happened here? Something broke. Keep an eye on that. But what if we don't draw a buffer? Guess that's what the boat thingy is for. Yes, Bailerbot is crashing now. Why? Don't understand. See, here's what I've got. Message is too long. Arc. Wait. I know what to do. No longer know what to do. Dang it. Hold on. Let me do this fight, and then I'll sort things out here. Alright, it's blapping time. Get ye to a blappery. Hey. You're supposed to be dead. Shoot. You were definitely supposed to get split there. Shoot. Alright. To shreds, you say? Oh, good. We get to keep our lizard tail, for now. Not the liquid memories, but yes to the lizard tail. Thunderstrike Fission, cute. Looks like a good fission deck, maybe. Yeah, exactly, Phalia. I'm equally baffled. This seems like the sort of thing that might just require me to restart my computer, and then it'll work perfectly fine. That's my guess. That's my guess, is that I need to reboot the computer. But let me get you the error log here. There you go. I clicky Fission. And probably clicky Astrolabe, too. Is my guess here. Transform and upgrade 3 cards are going to dramatically improve the upgrade density of the deck. It's going to make double rebound feel extra spicy-like. There is something to be said for Nuclear Battery. For Channel 1 Plasma. Or we could simply remove 2, which is what Sundial particularly likes, is just getting fewer cards in the deck. But we're still looking for something good. I think I'd much rather transform than remove outright. Especially when those transforms are turning upgraded. So Astrolabe is I think, my pick here. Definitely one of my favorite boss relics to get. Astrolabe can really be quite transformative to a run. Oh, yeah, that's what we wanted. Capacitor Plus gives us orb slots to work with, another power here. Second Ball Lightning upgraded, and an upgraded Chill so that we can fill the orb slots immediately, meaning that Fission will reliably draw 3, probably. I like it. I like it a lot. How about this act, though? Do I like this act? No, the shops are in horrible locations. Truly awful locations. I don't feel like fighting the Burning Elite here is a good idea. We don't have any area damage, which makes Slavers and Gremlin Leader pretty spooky, despite the Lizard Tail. Events are a bit more favorable thanks to the Golden Idol. Might get the Bloody Idol. Gotta love it when an Astrolabe comes together, right? It's good stuff. Does the order of the relics that summon orbs determine what orb slot they'll begin a fight in? Yes. Yes, it does, Scott wins. From left to right, the orbs will be channeled. So Crack Core, then Nuclear Battery is different from... Then Symbiotic Virus is different from Crack Core, then Symbiotic Virus, then Nuclear Battery. So on and so forth. Actually, one of the most relevant cases where the order of your relics is actually important. For anything in Spire. I want some events. I'd really like to see a shop, if possible. Don't think this enemy is going to be too tough for us. Yeah, Captain's Wheel makes this fight a lot easier. A lot easier. Looks like Ball Lightning buffer dual cast. The defend doesn't actually save a buffer here. Don't really care about playing Fission when it's not upgraded. Here. Again, auto shield's getting trounced by Captain's Wheel. But I can rebound it, and I will. Even if it doesn't do anything. And dead. That went really, really well. Not a single point of damage taken. Force Field. We have 2 powers already. This could become very good later on. Seems mediocre at the moment. Go for the Eye's not bad. One-line fix. Feel free to re-download. Thank you. Yeah, that's a classic, like, I don't understand how this worked in the first place kind of thing. I get it. I get it. All right, we'll see if that holds. So, do I want a force field? I don't think so. I don't think we want a card that doesn't say plus on it. Yes, we got a merchant! Yay! Okay, equilibrium. That I can get behind. Swift Strike's actually not terrible here. Waffle could get us some more health, although how valuable that is questionable. Hologram's a very useful card, although actually a bit odd with auto shields. It'd be a fun situation for metamorphoses, too. Definitely purge this. Definitely buy this. And I could buy Waffle or Pendib, or potions. Current intended path. Don't need to go to a shop anymore, so we can either go Elite Fire, or Fire Elite Fire, Fire Elite Fire. This seems better. It's going to be a lot of combats the later part of this act, but I think we'll be really good at them for the most part. Good. Good. So this is 21 health for this act. That seems pretty nice. Delicious. And a transform. I think we might be at the point where dual cast has worn its welcome. Now that we have fission. Let's get rid of dual cast. It's now a double energy. And the thieves are here. 16 Blanc. That's just a lot of luck. Get what? Battery, buffer, ball lightning. Should be an easy kill before he gets away. Not that he had any money anyway, so if he got away, it wouldn't be a big deal. Build your own runic pyramid. Don't mind if I do. Equilibrium is one of my favorite defect cards. It does some really obscene things, especially in duplicate. Hit me if you dare. They don't dare. In that case, rebound ball lightning. Lap. Lapification complete. Pedro Biagioni, hey, thanks for 15 months. Just keep retaining. So now Turbo would be very, very, very good. Because we can get hands full of expensive cards like this. How about a Fusion Plus? Okay. Sure. That's cool. It's green. It makes more energy. It works really well with either capacitor or fission. Take your get, whatever your preference is there. I really like it. Seems like the deck is a bit short on damage for elites. Not anymore. Just watch. Ow, actually. Watch me get stabbed in the face, that is. Here we go. Invoke that for more energy right now. Okay. Go blap. Cap. Smap. Go down. But yes, damage is definitely hurting a little bit here. Gonna rebound that auto shields? I am, I suppose. I want a little bit more assistance for next turn. Yeah, this turn hurts. Actually, I think we full block this. And we should be okay next turn, right? Hold. Actually, are we okay? Maybe we're not okay. Let's see. Beam cell, ball lightning, rebound deals 4 plus 30 plus 13. Where's the calculator? Plus another 12 from lightning orbs. Exactly 59. Easy. Short on damage, my ass. Ha! Alright, Sunder does kind of look appealing, though. Sunder Slap's pretty good. Who's our Rack boss? I might take... Yeah, it's Automaton. I might take Cool-Headed for fighting Champ. Cool-Headed's definitely welcome here. But we need something that could blap a bit better. Sunder makes me wish I'd taken Pendib a little bit. Dreamcatcher, probably not important, but it could be. Definitely could be. Go just buffer ball lightning. Capacitor seems like overkill for this fight. I'll just hold on to that, if you don't mind. Get me some free block. Call it a day. Good turn. Bonk. Defragment plus. I guess if I have to. Glacier's pretty good too, by the way, but a free upgrade on defrag, like, no way I'm not saying. No way I'm not taking that. It's entirely too good. Yeah, like, we could do better, right? Like, surely there's something else we could find. Gives more focus without a downside. I don't know. Seems like a bit of a dream to me. Perfect. Play this, but to what end? Just to get rid of it, I guess. Play them all. Uh-oh. It once again happened. Auto shields unable to do a dang thing. Curse you, auto shields. I'll still rebound you, though, because I love you. Have some lightning. Oh. days were late to the party. We are a little bit short of a kill. We are currently taking 11. I guess I'll use the block pot. Coulda, shoulda, woulda rebounded auto shields there, as usual. But we get a potion anyhow, so I don't think it makes much of a difference. Here's Bullseye Plus versus Cool-Headed. Bullseye making the lightning orbs hit a lot harder is very, very, very useful, actually. And with a free upgrade, I'm deeply tempted, as much as Cool-Headed is quite nice here. I'm gonna grab this Bullseye. Keep making the deck saith plus. We're actually at the point where I could upgrade Equilibriums, or maybe Zap. Let's upgrade Zap. Good fission fuel now. And with the additional lightning orb damage that we're doing, it's more impactful. Actually really grateful we got attacked turn 1 here. Chill first. Thank you. Play fusion after fission here. Attack me again. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Such a polite gremlin. Buffers here. Actually wasn't enough. Shoot. I think I could have done that a little differently. Oh well. Adequate. Definitely adequate. White Noise Plus. Nice way to get powers in play. Another card with a free upgrade on it. We've seen so many, which has really been just amazing. Fusion, Bullseye, Defrag. Could take a second chill. That's not bad. But I really like White Noise. In any deck with already decent orb generation, it's excellent, usually. Let's just sunder the bird here, yeah? That's right. Chosen can be a rather difficult encounter, although thankfully the Captain's Wheel helps a lot in this fight. Don't want to add too many curses to your draw pile, too many days by playing non-attack cards, so double energy fusion here, not that appealing, because every card I play would just be more anti-draw, essentially. And that's no good. So this we can talk about. I played this. Don't think I should play Zap. Kind of relying on Buffer to stop next turn from being terrible. Good. Excellent. That should be enough. I'll play this too. Excellent. Good fight, good fight. Really good fight. Pile Driver or Cold Snap? Cold Snap's the only reusable Frost Orb card we would have, so I'll take it. Skipped the Cool-Headeds and Glaciers so far, because other amazing cards have shown up, but I think it's time for that to change. Guess I'll upgrade Double Energy. Could also reasonably recall here. You know what, let's recall early. Give us more upgrade options next act. What do you got, White Noise? Static Discharge. Acceptable. And I'm just going to refrain from playing Chill this time around. Ouch. I don't think I should play Buffer yet. We want to use that on Hyper Beam, so let's just take the damage, get a bunch of free lightning, I guess. Go Capacitor, Ball Lightning, Fusion. That'll do. Work these minions down so that we can kill them with Sunder. Let's weaken this one. Got Beam Cell Sunder. That's pretty potent. Let's do it this way. Down Sunder. Strip through an artifact. We'll lose the Plasma Orb next turn. That's not a problem, though, with Fission in our hands. Which it will be after I play Sunder. Let's actually retain this. Hyper Beam's next turn, right? We want to be able to draw into that buffer. Beautiful. Okay, buffer stops Hyper Beam easy peasy like. Maybe wanted to double energy first? Interesting problem here. Rebound Ball Lightning. Now we double energy. Sure. Seems good enough to me. Just gonna block for 20 here. Easy enough with auto shields. No more artifact layers for you. I could almost fully block. Doesn't seem worth it. Yeah, just hit you, Sunder. GG. Not too bad. Still have a Lizard Tail. We have an increasingly good deck, and I'm definitely eyeing Electrodynamics here to solve our current weakness to multi-enemy fights. Machine Learning's also not too bad, just to get more cards in hand each turn. And there's maybe something interesting we could do with multicast. But I think the Electrodynamics most easily solves our current problems. Zippity Zappity solves Reptomancer in particular, who will currently give us a pretty hard time, despite the Rebound Sunder shenanigans. It's also really good against Donu Deca, against Shield and Spear, and it's a rare card we haven't won with 2 copies of, all the more reason to grab it. I was also thinking this could become a Cursed Key run. Start of our... When we open a non-boss chest, obtain a curse. There's only one more guaranteed non-boss chest in this run, and we already have the blue key, so I'm allowed to simply walk past it without opening it, which would mean one more energy per turn, essentially no problem here. No additional effect on upon playing a second electrodynamics, other than channeling 2 more lightning orbs. Double strength potions are kind of interesting. No potion belt, though. Entropic brew is a little nice. I think we'd much rather have more energy per turn. Now we want to add more card draw. Skims, cool-headeds, compile drivers. These are all really, really good additions at this point. We have to fight the Burning Elite, which means we have to go this way to fight one of these two. Let's go to this shop, then. Something like that. Could go combat over event. I like the events of this act, though. There's even one that could give us a lot of gold, the Moai head. Works for me. I'm just gonna go auto shields sunder. Do the damage fast. Don't do the damage slow. Do it fast. Also get block on turn 3 to help out. Gotta love me a boot thingy. Just so good every time. Good enough. What's with all the plus, though? We win this run, I swear. It's entirely because the Spire was generous enough to just give me all my cards upgraded for no reason. Thanks. That makes Potion of Capacity even better. I'm gonna hold on to that. That's not the event I was looking for. That was gold-related. Thanks. Lord Red Mask. Tomb. Thanks. Alright, this is an easy fight for Electro. Commence the zip-zap. And a focus potion too, wow. And a barrage plus. What's happening? Alright, what's in this entropic brew? Skill potion, get out of here. Let's say plus, but do I need that? Honestly, with consume, I don't like it that much. Let's skip it. This is card draw. Medical kit could be pretty helpful, allowing us to get rid of some of the curses from hearts during that fight. Second cold snap's actually not terrible here. Turbo's here too. Start with Master of Strat. Probably just Master of Strat card remove, actually. I think makes our deck the best. Simple, but very effective. Ooh, and is it double Master of Strategy? Enlightenment. actually. Impatience. That's card draw. Ooh. 4, 5, 6. I'll take an Enlightenment. Reduce the cost of all cards in your hand to 1 this turn. I actually do want a trip. Go with 6 turns of fun, let's call it. You and me, Mr. Giant Head. We're gonna have a great time together. Electro cheap. A fusion. So you've got buffer for next turn? Sure, we gotta do damage here. Bar. This turn's a problem, though. Here we go. This turn. Does it actually mean this turn? Let's find out. I'm gonna rebound that. So it's 1 cost. It's already 2 costs in the draw pile. Yeah, it lied. Not mean this turn. You stinky liar. How dare you? Well, this is ominous. Hopefully this is a kill. $45. Whew. Talk about a close call. Dang. Here's cool-headed. Okay, calls are getting less close. Gonna go ahead and bottle our Master of Strategy for turn 1 draw. There are not enough upgrades in the world. I'm really glad we already recalled, because it means we can upgrade some more of this stuff, but there are not enough upgrades in the whole world for what we need right now. Deck is not quite where it wants to be, unfortunately. Chill. Storm is good. We'll do Fission before Consume. Perfect block there. Both thingies here to help. Let's try to go for a kill real fast like, I guess. Seems like it worked. Okay. Okay. Does this turn ever actually mean this turn? I don't think so. No, I don't think it does. Gonna upgrade the cool-headed over the Master Strategy, because we need to be able to redraw and reuse the card draw in the later parts of the fight. Yeah, this is an adequate turn 1. I don't even need to use the Master Strategy yet. Let's hold on to that for a second. Perfect. Plus 8. I think that's the right number. Yeah. Lightning! Play this too. Get to keep buffer? Alright. I don't like it. Alright, that worked out pretty well. Easy peasy like. Auto shields to the rescue. Alright, just gotta kill on this turn. Easy. Nemesis down, we get more energy turn 1. We get another buffer. Yes. We'll click on the second buffer. Unmastered, no less. Absolutely, please. Add it to the pile. And we're going to skip that colorless potion for surezies. Simply masterful. That's fun. Perfect. Play. Good stuff. Turbo Plus. Honestly, I don't feel like we need it most of the time. I don't think so. I don't have quite enough card draw for that. Speaking of, I could take another upgrade over an elite fight. We'd like to upgrade Impatience and probably Master of Strategy too. And we could upgrade Buffer after that. Yeah, there's lots of good stuff to upgrade. Okay. Lots of good stuff. Enlightenment upgrade is a little tempting as well. You first, buddy. Get him. Squished him. Ooh, upgraded Go for the Eyes. Yes, please. Another way to remove artifact layers, and a way to apply Weaken to some of the hardest hitting enemies in the game. Definitely. Little tempting to go to a shop here, but I think we'd rather just do that at Act 4. Let's take another fight, another card reward. One last one. The Maw. Maw ain't too difficult. Rebound consume. Bit more focus goes quite a long way sometimes. Bad. Old Snap Plus. One more Frost card. I actually don't think I have enough orb slots to want that. Okay. This. Alright, we've gotten all the card draw upgrades we could find. Will it be enough? I'm not sure as we go into these final battles here. Not convinced we have everything we need. Nice. Want to play at minimum charge battery? I'm okay taking a little damage here. Charge battery buffer full blocks. Probably better to play capacitor defend charge battery. That seems reasonable. We skip the electro. That's okay for now. We'll be back to it soon enough. Let's get as much stuff down as possible here. Alright, I need some card draw. Yesterday. I'll hold on to the Enlightenment, actually. It's not really doing anything this turn. I'd say this is not going well. Still lacking card draw, despite everything. Shoot. Okay, buffer's here to buy me time. All the powers are going to be in play next turn. Well, actually, that's not true. All the focus will be in play. But focus on its own, don't cut it here. Especially when we're drawing dazed. Cat Centaur, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. This is a bad sign. I shouldn't have rebounded that, though. There we go. Finally, Electro's here. Having that in play a while ago would have been a good idea. Oh well. Can finally weaken Deca, and that makes my life quite a lot easier. .32 health ought to be enough for whatever the next boss is. I think we have an easier matchup against both Time Eater and Awakened One. That's my hope anyway. Alrighty, GG. Okay, it is Awakened One. Guess that's not too bad. Especially not with this opening hand. Burp. Yeah, especially not with this opening hand. Oh, and we got a capacitor too. Excellent news. Okay, all is well. All is well. Play this, we play this, we play this, we play this, play this, and we start blapping birds. We should have played that before. We played chill, perhaps. Either way, extremely happy. Not gonna go fusion though, not yet. Okay, shuffle without all of these powers, please. Next turn's gonna be a bit awkward. Multi-hit. Okay, go for the eyes is great. Perfect. Build your own runic pyramid, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Don't play ball lightning, they said. Eat frostworms. Got it. Okay, here goes. Could consume one more time if I want to. Let's do that. Get some really dense orbs here. There we go. Slow and steady wins the Awaken One race. I'll die at the end of this turn, but... Actually, not quite. Even better. Yes, one more turn. Bound the go for the eyes. Put buffer in play. Love it. Caw. Caw. Definitely loving these double rebounds still. They are super nice for letting us just reuse our most efficient cards. Or for controlling what type of orb we put in play. Also very valuable. Have some zapping. GG. Bonk. Don't feel like Enlightenment is doing anything? It mostly isn't. As we, again, failed to get enough card draw for it to actually really matter. It might be nice to upgrade so that we can keep the bonuses it gives. Let's try that. Let's see if we notice here. Don't know if that'll be enough on its own. Little worried about the Spire Shield and Spire Spear fight currently. Maybe Orrery could change our fate. Otherwise, I'd be gambling on what? A Happy Flower or a Carter move. Those don't seem like enough. Orrery might contain necessary card draw or something else important. Loop's also a little helpful. Without an upgrade, it's really not that good. What do we get? Scrape? That's kind of card draw. Reboot? Also kind of card draw. Algorithm, you're a bit late. Recursion's not terrible. Hologram Plus is card draw. Okay, Hologram Plus and Compile Driver is card draw. That'll work. Pretty happy with those. Maybe take this Recursion. Yes, take this Recursion. I don't think I take the Reboot. Not even with Sundial? Not even with Sundial. Because it could put our powers too far down. I don't trust it. Is anything being mastered this run? Just Rebound. Allegedly. Actually, and Buffer. Rebound and Buffer. Is there a Static Discharge in here? Yes, there is. Yes, take that. Good call. Alright. Let's see how we do. With the Lizard Tail, I think we have passable odds. I also like this turn 1 against Shield and Spear pretty well. Yeah, this is good. Have to go for the eyes before I can play Impatience. Okay, that's fine. I've got Hologram anyway. Could rebound auto shields. It's not the worst idea, considering next turn. Could also rebound Cold Snap. Could also just auto shields defend. Auto shields buffer, Cold Snap chill, rather. How much block is that? 7 plus 12 plus 16. Is 35, enough for a full block. Yes, do that then. Losing one focus hurts a bit. Ouch. Huh, that helps a little bit. Take 30. I'm not too surprised here. In fact, we might even end up taking more in this fight. Rebounding Consume could help. No energy for that. Seems pretty bleak. Okay, there's Electro. Can I get enough done off that? I don't know. 12 by 4. You can block it, actually. Can't kill it from the looks of it. It's just cool head. We'll have to rely on Lizard Tail to save her life against the heart, looks like. Bit unfortunate, but that is how it goes sometimes. At least Sundial's on too, right? And we get a Banker Prep for more cards on turn 1. And maybe Core Surge could save us? Maybe Core Surge could save us by blocking Vulnerable early or something? There's a few ways it can go. Good news is we have more orb slots and more focus for this fight. And yes, we do block Vulnerable with Core Surge. Actually, that might be huge. Let us first see what White Noise gives us. Even better would be getting a Bias Cognition here. I think. Just a defrag. I'm fine with that. Sunder in my hand makes it rather difficult to use the Impatience here. I don't really want to rebound anything, so I'm just not going to play it. So again, that makes Impatience difficult to use. We could rebound Impatience next turn. Let's try that. Here's the big 45. No sign of buffer yet, but I did get cool-headed. I see Defragment, Ball Lightning, Vision. I'm gonna lose these 2 Frost Orbs. That's kind of spooky. But I can do some stuff with that, actually. Yeah, Defragment, Ball Lightning, Vision. 5 energy, 5 draw. I actually only get 3 draw, or 4 draw. That's fine. Here's what we're gonna do. Hologram. Cool-headed. Rebound. Cool-headed. There's buffer. I'm gonna use that. That means no static discharge. That's fine because of Captain's Wheel. This. Might as well use this now. There's no reason not to. Can't hold it for another turn. We're a bit shaky coming up on these next couple turns, though. I have to say, I don't love this without static discharge in play. Big hit first, please. Ah, shoot. Bummer. Guess I should have played Static Discharge. For all. Yeah, I should have played Static Discharge, but then I couldn't have uppered the hit. I would have had to use the Lizard Tail earlier. Not sure about that. Do we get to live? I think we have enough health to survive this, right? Pretty sure. Let's just do some basic math here. We go to 34 health. We got 30 block. Oh yeah, we can easily survive. Next turn is a little spooky. We definitely need to make sure we don't redraw these powers. Very tempting to play Trip Zap as well. I don't think so. Here we go. Fight's too slow, though. We didn't do enough damage in the early parts. Seems pretty bad. Also, this turn looks like we're just dead. Yeah. I got nothing here. Chrono, thanks for 53 months, and Dark Twinge, thanks so much for the very generous raid. Welcome on in, folks. You're in time just to watch us die to the heart here at the end of our Slay the Spire run. Ultimately, just not able to get enough stuff in play. Couldn't scale quite high enough, couldn't do things fast enough for this. I'm not even sure another 100 hit points would save us. Yeah, I got nothing here. The Impatience won't draw unless I play all the attacks. What makes Act 4 so difficult for Defect in particular? Defect is all about slow and steady, and that's not good enough in Act 4. You have to be fast and explosive to win Act 4. Defect really can't do that very well. Wouldn't Static Discharge keep us alive? You tell me. GG. Yeah, just not enough there. I think even if we went in with full health from the Spear and Shield fight, we just weren't able to actually do enough damage to Heart. Too many cards in that deck. Too few card draw. It's a real shame, because it was at its core very cool. We did see a couple of heat sinks during the course of this run. I'm wondering if one of those would have made a big difference. But otherwise, I'm really not sure what I could have done to give us the explosive boost that we needed for this. You could see during Donu Deka that we were really falling behind. Like, we didn't have... You gotta win this fight in 8 turns, not in 13. Oh well. Oh well. It's always next time for the defects. I'm going to take a break before our last run of the day with the Watcher here. I'm going to refill the water, stretch the legs. Back in a few. When I return, more Spire. Don't go nowhere, folks. Alrighty, folks, we are back. I hadn't heard the full story, Dark Twins. That's what I figured happened, is that Chrono was doing some kind of quality of life mod, and it had an unintentional effect, which was only discovered when somebody probably tried to recreate. Either way, still really fantastic slice and dice play by Chrono. Kind of in a mood to just pulverize the Spire here. Do Donu Deca need a buff for A20? I think they are mostly fine on A20. They're not quite as threatening as Awaken One or Time Eater most of the time, but I really don't feel like they really need any additional nastiness. Like, if you truly wanted, you could maybe add a third Dazed off of Deca rather, but that just sounds brutal, man. No need for that. Could snipe the Burning Elite here. I think I'd rather go with 3 elites overall and just crush stuff with an early defend remove into an early shop with another defend remove. Kind of like we're playing a remove 2-star, but not quite. But not quite. Curious draw order problem. And this is only 21. Let's play Miracle Strike. Take 1. That's a good cultist fight. I like that. Let's go an early Empty Fist over Cut Through Fate. Normally I would go Cut Through Fate first. Today I'm feeling Empty Fist. Eternal Feather. The most fulfilling of lives is that in which you can buy anything. Don't you agree? I mean, I am going to another shop this act, am I not? If I want to go these 2 elites, I'm locked into this shop. So, sure, I'll agree with your stinky promise, Mr. Serpent. Ah, we haven't actually won with Melange yet, that's right. Whenever you shuffle your draw pile, scry for 3. Or I could try to get weird here with a colorless card. Let's just get Melange. Scry 3 upon reshuffling the draw pile. Not particularly good, mind you, but it's definitely got its days where it do things. The joys of strike remove. Crush Joints is just fine. Add vulnerable for more damage. I'll take it. And this first elite with no upgrades. Actually very, very difficult. Exceedingly so, actually, to the point where I think my correct play is to take 20 damage with Eruption this turn. Just play Eruption, Strike, Strike. Otherwise, this fight will go very badly for us. Like, really, 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 really badly for us. That would be, what, 33 damage, leaving you at 12, or you at 8? 12 seems good. That's right, we are healing a lot, too. This turn wants to be like, strike, crush joints, empty fist, perfect. Can't kill 2 of them, unfortunately. Doesn't matter. The power of Scry. Actually kind of useful knowing I'm drawing Eruption next turn. Crush Joints is 16, 42 minus 16. 26. So yes, playing a strike does reduce the number of cards we require to kill that one. is a little bit of a YOLO, but only a little bit. 2 draws that kill, 2 draws that block. We get the kill, thankfully. Okay, that definitely could have been a lot worse. In fact, considering that was floor 6 sentries with only 2 cards added and no potions, I'm going to say that was fantastically done overall. You only YOLO once, that's right. Flying Sleeves with Shuriken isn't bad. I wouldn't call it good, but it's definitely not bad. Sure. Heal me. Elite number 2. The Knob Bob. Knob. Yeah, this is fine. Empty Fist and Vigilance sounds good to me. With Wrath, we can do enough here. That looks like a yes. We can do Eruption, Defend, Crush Joint, Strike. For plenty here. Hey, that went well. Early Toxic Egg means all skills will be upgraded, including Foreign Influence, which is kind of cool. 80% potion chance, no problem. Just never find potions. I'll take a Foreign Influence. Did a cat just meow on stream? I can't say that they did. More healing. More healing. What do you got? Foreign Influence. I'll take a Windmill Strike. 7 whole damage? How could I say no? I mean, really. Let's actually just retain that. Make it more powerful. Almighty, even. Tantrum Shuriken. Alternately Crescendo Plus. No, it's Tantrum Shuriken. Deal damage a bunch of times, enter Wrath, and put it back into the draw pile. One of the easiest, fastest, deadliest ways to absolutely positively murder everything when you have any amount of strength on the Watcher. Empty Mind Plus is here. Master of Strategy Plus is here. Good old card removal is here. So is Rushdown, too. 3 green potions, 90% potion chance, by the way. We have yet to find a potion in Act 1. We're almost done with Act 1. Honestly, just removing a Defend is pretty dang good here. As basic as it seems. Swivel Plus, actually, yeah, not bad. Genuinely. I'm just going to dunk a Defend. Watcher of the most hit-or-miss powers. Well, there's Ironclad. It's like Corruption, Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain, but also Combust and Rupture. And who knows what Barricade is on any given day. The rematch. This time, it's personnel. That's a lot of damage. Certainly went better than the first time, didn't it? We haven't mastered Crush Joints. But what about a Halt Plus with 2 Wrath cards and basically no blocks in the deck? Halt is fun. Halt is really fun. Let's grab a Halt. Halt, who goes there? No one. Oh, shoot. Well, we're definitely not entering Wrath on turn 2. I have too many hit points for this. Riddle with holes, get in here. The power of strength. Ooh, we even get to do the thing. Halt. Vigilance. Easy block. No problemo. Now we can just enter Wrath and stay that way if we want to. And you know what? I think we might. Back to Wrath. I command thee. The power of Riddle with Holes. GG. That's kind of a cool blasphemy, actually. Enter Divinity. We die next turn, but what if we kill this turn? Alternately, Master Reality upgrades cards we create during combat. We don't have a whole lot of that going on. Let's grab a Blasphemy. The idea with Blasphemy is you wait to play it until it would kill all your foes. Oof, these relics. I guess we'll go Violet Lotus, that's fine. Who needs energy, anyway? Would have much preferred to see Pyramid, Empty Cage, Astrolabe, anything other than these. Landia05, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Heck yeah. I'll take a Violet Lotus. Lotus. The Crown and the Choker have such harsh penalties, it's really hard to imagine taking either of them and surviving for long. And what if we just, bop a few elites? You know, just like 4 or something, you know? 1 or 2. 1 or 2 elites. Actually could have gained 1 additional energy by playing Vigilance before Tantrum, if it had mattered. Die. Crescendo is back, Bowling Bash is here, Swivel is here. They're all fine. We really want stuff that says draw cards at this point. Swivel ain't it. Where's Empty Mind Plus when you need it? Ooh, Face Trader, okay. We still haven't won with all the faces. In particular, we're actually looking for the bad faces. So Face Trade is awesome. If we get a bad face, we can master a new relic. If we get a good face, we have a good face. It's a good face. The Serpent Head gives us 50 gold per question mark room. Of course. What else would it be? Can you cleanse the Blasphemy debuff with orange pellets? No. It is not a debuff that can be removed or blocked or prevented. However, you can survive it dealing damage to you. Okay, that's a pretty good Gambler's Brew, huh? Yeah. Discard 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Keep Flying Sleeves Miracle? Yes. With Fear No Evil. So we go Tantrum here. Gives me 3 energy. Then we can knock another one out of the air here too. Perfect. Actually, we don't even need to knock them out of the air because they're dead. Great. Great fight. Evaluate plus, 10 block and an insight. I actually don't mind that at all. Kind of like a draw neutral block card. The insights are very useful for redrawing Tantrum, actually. Because we can put Tantrum into the draw pile and then draw 2. So that sounds mostly fantastic. Take some money. It's a fight. Money fight. Doesn't feel like I can get a kill here. I'll just have to eat a lot of damage to the face. Bummer. Playing Miracle is an idiotic choice. We're sure. So I'll do it that way. But only if I have to. Alright. Is this 100 damage? Math time. So we blast me and then crush joints. 33 times 0.75. Crush joints deals 24. God, this is difficult math. Because we're weakened, and they're going to be vulnerable, and we'd be in Divinity, and we're gaining strength from Shuriken. So, arg. I need like a notepad or something. Let's see, so 24. Let's see, and then we would play the order Strike, Flying Sleeves, Tantrum Eruption. So Strike is going to be base 7 times 3. For Divinity, times 1.5 times 0.75. Strike will deal 23. Specifically 23.625, which gets rounded down to 23. This is already looking like it's going to be a kill, but let's just do a little bit more math. Flying Sleeves has a base of 5, so 5 times 3 times 1.5 times 0.75. Flying Sleeves is going to be 16 times 2, so 32. Yeah, that's a kill. With the Tantrum then. Okay, I'm not going to do the math on the rest. It's like a lot of damage, right? 16 by 4? Dang. Good job, Blasphemy. Heck, that might have been lethal just with Tantrum. Do I want a Prostrate Plus? No. Tantrum? Number 2? Not really. Perseverance Plus? Definitely not. Here goes. A relic and a bunch of money. An ink bottle, specifically. Whenever we play 10 cards, draw 1 card. That is, as they say, a good one. What is not a good one is this hand. This hand in this fight is the very baddest thing that has ever happened. I guess we're not going to fight that Burning Elite. Good old Ascender's Bane Blasphemy turn 1. Classic. Yeah, is this lethal? On us? Yes. Yes, it is. Clothesline's better than body slam here. That won't be enough, huh? Okay. Yeah, okay, we can clothesline you. That's fine. No weakness next turn. Good turn to blaspheme. Actually, this seems pretty good. I could do the following. Just getting ink bottle up there. Singing bowl. And a wallop. Wallop's nice with shuriken for sure. Let's evaluate Tantrum Miracle Vigilance. Questionable. They could both attack me next turn. Thankfully they didn't. Dang. Still pretty bad, though. Oh. That worked. Easy. Third Eye Plus. Scries for 5. Very powerful. Good with Ink Bottle, too. Yeah. Actually, Flurry of Blow is also not terrible with Shuriken. Stance swap stuff. Don't think we're in a position to fight this Burning Elite, unfortunately. It's not going to happen. Alright, I'll take the Third Eye. Are we fighting Champ? Yes. Take this Cultist Potion, then. A mere 9 HP. It'll have to do. Damaru, 1 mantra per turn. We've already said no to traditional mantra gain. We're using Blasphemy to enter Divinity, so I'll take the blue key there. And I'll either upgrade Vigilance or the Flying Sleeves, or we could reasonably rest here. Another option, just go to the shop. Don't go to this elite. Or rest. We don't have that many good upgrades. If you use Blasphemy twice, do you die in 2 turns? No, you just die regular style. Unfortunately. Just normal-like. Please don't hurt me. Thanks. Even better. Seems like you're dead. I guess we didn't need to rest. Take our second crush joint to try to achieve mastery of this card. Don't think so, actually. I think our run is still in a little bit of a precarious place and does not wish to do this. Save that energy for later, yes? Yes. Okay, we'll try this. Sure. We can see how this goes. Looks pretty good to me. Spirit Shield Plus, 4 block per card in hand, or Study Plus, creating an insight every turn. Actually, kind of dig Study here. Let's try it. Not Slavers again, thankfully. Study being 1 cost instead of 2 makes it quite a lot better. Yeah, is this lethal? That's the question I'm trying to ask. Math time. This time we're not vulnerable. 30 plus... strike does times 4.5? $27. It's the tantrum that's going to hit really hard. So 57. Flying Sleeves does what? 4 times 4.5. 18 times 2. So 36. And then we have a point of strength for Tantrum. Base of 3, so it's going to be 4 damage base. So 18 times 4. Just like Flying Sleeves. 72. So we do 57, 36, 72. That equals 165 damage by my count. We are 3 damage short of killing. Wow. Very close. Was that including crush joints? Yes. Yes, it was. Alright, so we'll just take some damage this turn, set up a kill next turn, I guess. That's fine. Actually, is it even a kill setup for this turn? Guess that depends on foreign influence. Survey says probably. This looks like we get it. Yeah. Letter opener's not too bad. Deviform, Foresight, Collect. Interesting. Collect and Deviform are pretty awkward here. Foresight's not bad. Foresight definitely helps out a deck like this. Yeah, let's take a little bit more Scry. Okay, 2 energy here. No blocking for us. I see. Block potion, then. Good. That. Excellent hand next turn. Actually, just lose the Eruption. Overall, great, though. 3-cost Insights are not where it's at, unfortunately. Maybe playing the Study was a bad idea. Oof. Looks good enough. Deceive reality. Alright, Mr. Champ. Should be a pretty easy fight between the Shuriken and our retaining cards and our powers. This should truly not be difficult. At all, really. Actually, yeah, do draw a Cinder Spade. I don't want to play. I don't want to see it again. Fair enough. Yeah, I've got lots of health. I'll just eat some damage. I don't really care. Delicious, delicious damage. I was originally planning on using the Cultist Potion for this fight. I really don't feel like it's necessary, though. As long as we're a little bit diligent with Shuriken. Just even a little bit. Sometimes it's hard to make enough energy. Got lots of health, though, so whatever. I'm not afraid of Champ. Go. Please stop doing that. Sir. Draw through that for more scry. That's fine. It's not quite half. Third point of strength ought to be enough here. Really, truly ought to be. Don't know if it is, but it ought to be. So 9 damage, still not below half. Good. Discard some stuff. Alright, real talk though. How are we going to beat you? How do we do it? Looks like we're going to need to bank some energy here. Be the first step of the process. And then unload all that energy in one burst of angry rage. For as much damage as possible. Sounds pretty good. In fact, this would make a pretty good blasphemy turn from the looks of it. Blah. I'll take it. Now I have 2 cultist potions, which doesn't seem that helpful, and a scrawl plus, which does seem that helpful. I'll take it. And now we're offered Calling Bell, Astrolabe, or Slaver's Collar. I guess Astrolabe is fine. Transform and upgrade 3 cards. We could get rid of 2 strikes and a defend. We're a little bit reliant on the deck to generate energy then. I guess that is what the Violet Lotus is for at its core. Could take Calling Bell. I don't really like adding a curse to the deck. For what it's worth, I think we could have saved quite a bit of health against Champ if we'd used one of these potions. Not that we don't have healing coming our way. I'll take Astrolabe. 2 strikes, 1 defend. What do you got? Empty Mind plus, excellent. Simmering Fury plus, also excellent. Battle Hymn plus, not sure about that one. Don't know if I want Smites. What I want is another way to get into Calm. And for us to fight the Burning Elite. That's what I want. Something like this looks pretty good. Oh, they're back. Oh. These smites are going to clog the hand pretty quickly, huh? Surely we're fine. Perfect. Alright, this should be an easier fight. Smiley face. Easier. Yes, easier. Brilliant. Good. Let's get this and this. Play this. We haven't lost anything we can't get back, health-wise. Rushdown probably helps, drawing us cards when we enter Wrath. Trip Plus is kind of tempting for free vulnerable. Currently we do struggle a little bit with the energy thing. Ambrosia to enter Divinity Stance at will, a very good potion. Probably going to carry that around. Does scrying cards away count as discarding? No. No, as much as you'd want there to be cross-class synergy between Watcher and Silent cards, 'tis not a thing. Should've just used that potion against Champ, huh? That's fine. 100 gold on Trip? I don't know. Not sure how long I think this fight's gonna go, but we'll see what we can do. With this regen potion. It might just be a kill right now, though, is the problem. But I think I can work around that. That'll do. I don't even need to play Wallop. Very well, let's go Crush Joints Evaluate. Now I think I have to win. Take my healing with me. Second copy of Halt. The Rushdown, sure. Don't know if that's correct, but here we are. Our turn ones are very awkward in most fights. Deeply terrifying. The fact that we still only have one calm card is still a huge issue for us. Oh, Beluta! Thank you for the $5 tip. Been watching your YouTube videos for a while. Thanks for the continuous posts there, and I'm glad to finally catch you on stream. Thank you, thank you. Hello and welcome, by the way. Vladimus Prime, thanks for the 2 months of the Prime sub. Appreciate you keeping it cozy. Does the Spire Growth attack order change on higher Ascensions? Yes. The Spire Growth will always use debuff turn 1 on Ascension 17 and up, whereas they'll randomly use it on turn 2 or turn 3 on lower Ascensions. Inkasai, thanks for the Prime sub as well. Welcome to the Cozy Sib Club. Streamline for free is pretty good. Alright, given that we are such an energy-starved deck, how do we do this? I think we just go Vigilance, Steady, Streamline. Set ourselves up for the next turn. So we have one more turn before things get weird. And not the good kind of weird, unfortunately. But rather the bad kind. Alright, next turn looking pretty good now. Let's go Crush Joints, Eruption, Streamline, Wallop. Seems pretty okay. Oh. Eruption, Streamline, Vigilance, then. Take one. That'll do. That will do. This might be our Blasphemy turn. Probably is. If I had to guess. Oh, that's a fun order. $72, yeah, this will kill. Smell you later. We get the Cloak Clasp. One block for each card in our hand at the end of turn. Interesting to see a run with 2 unmastered relics. Now the stakes are really high. We gotta win. We must win. Or else. Actually, a pretty good relic, too, as we often have a lot of cards in our hand, so it's quite a bit of block each turn. Oh boy. Don't love this. Could Eruption halt Empty Mind? Better to Empty Mind first. With how this is going. Could even just Foresight. Halt. Actually, yeah, that's fine, because we take pretty little damage here, thanks to the Cloak Clasp. This turn we want to kill some stuff. Worst case scenario, we have the power of Ambrosia here. I think that is unfortunately what we're going to need to do, is use the Ambrosia to get out of this situation. Otherwise, it looks like a little bit too much. For me. Still not enough to full block. Yeah, 100 damage headed our way. Oof. Blocks 25. Yeah, better to kill one of you. Well. No, better to hit her than here, right? Gosh. None of these options are good. Ow. Hand greed is cute. What's on top of the deck? I think I might be able to kill if I use Blasphemy here. We go Vigilance, Blasphemy. Cash in pocket. +1 strength and fruit juice, and the second Blasphemy. I mean, we haven't mastered Blasphemy. We gotta. I don't actually know if we're gonna win, mind you, but we got to. At this point, we're on track to survive Blasphemy just with max health alone. Not a thing we can do, sadly, but not that far off. Oh, not again. Dang it. Second Blasphemy is not very good, mind you. If we can't find another card that enters Calm, I think we're just going to die very quickly. We have to get into Calm stance, or else... Or else. Great. Double great. Please no. Hyper Beam. Sure. Just third eye evaluate, I think. There's no way I kill, right? Actually, hold on. Now, wait just a minute. Let's see, that's 27 times 4.5. 121. $67. Yeah, that's enough, actually. Neat! Very cool. So check this out, Twitch chat. Blasphemy. Empty Mind. To draw 3. Blasphemy again. The double Blasphemy plays. The power. Watch, Lizard Tail has a lot of additional health and maybe lets us survive Blasphemy one time. Second Flying Sleeves, I want it, but honestly this run is on shaky enough legs. Can't believe it actually helped. It did. It sure did. Amazing. Souvenir. Second Simmering Fury. None of these say Calm. Ugh. I mean, like water does, yes, but not in the correct way. Twitch chat. Twitch chat. Pringles Man Melange, kind of a fun synergy here. I'm going to go for a Souvenir to block Vulnerable from Heart. Preferentially, I think. How the hell do I block? 2 halts kind of blocks. Duality Halt is almost a thing. Duality Heart Artifact, not really a thing, though. Now, we got one more shot. Classic turn 1, except this time it's not a problem, theoretically. Right. Okay. Wrath, other than Blasphemy. Well, good luck to us. We should get brushed out for that reason. Glass Knife hits pretty hard too, huh? The butt's better. One, two, 1, 2. Okay, that's good enough. So I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is. Yeah, once again, the trick is double Blasphemy. Actually, we don't need the second Blasphemy, but we have it. Double Blasphemy. Finally. A card that says calm on it. Thank goodness. Alright, Pantograph, hopefully going to be enough here. I'm going to play some of these powers. Probably not the Study or the Battle Hymn in this fight. Don't want to give too much strength to the Awakened One. But probably want to give it some. Looks like Eruption, Halt, Vigilance here is the only safe play. Could go Vigilance, Eruption, but then we're probably stuck in Wrath and we die. I'll take it. A Grey Dwarf, thanks for the 3 months of support. Much love to ya. Don't need to scry here. Right, that happens in a weird order sometimes. Gotcha. Guess I'm not even drawing more cards, huh? Foresight is worth playing. Just is. Cards in my hands. Too many, I say. I'm kind of stuck here. Bonk. Oh, one of those was melange, the other was my power. Got it. It's confusing. Really like that we managed to save tranquility so far. Let's do this. Fresh scry. Perfect hand, actually. Really couldn't have gotten much better than that. This will work. The damage. Dang. Alright, we're on to the second boss. It is Donu and Deka. We've got 81 health. It ought to be more than enough, even with a turn one that's like this. Ouch. My face, though. Good news is we get all the powers in play. Even the one we don't want, the Battle Hymn. Huzzah. Health to spare. I'll take it. Got one in hand. I definitely don't need both. Put class blocks for the rest. Perfect. Bonk. interesting turn. A lot is going to happen here. Is this lethal? Like, I don't think so, but it's not that far off, admittedly. Let's draw these two. I think we might be able to kill Donu, or at least probably set up a kill on Donu here. I'll take that as a turn. That was a pretty good turn. Thanks. Guess he didn't want that halt, actually. It's okay. Now we can kill with Bludgeon. And Divinity. Bonk. Actually, can we set up Ink Bottle a little bit better? Not much. Bonk. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread. We felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of 2 blasphemies? We're gonna heal from Eternal Feather, right? Yes, back to full, so we can upgrade, I guess, Vigilance? Sure. Full Fruit Run. The power. Ori is here, that's at least another 10 max health, right? With Singing Bowl. Flurry is here, Halt's here, Nirvana's here, Dark Shackles Plus is here. Duplication Potion is here, and guess what? So is yet another Fruit Juice. Benizzle, thanks for 20 months. Dupe Potion seems very good with our powers. Let's see what Ori contains. Yeah, 5 Calm cards. How about Pray? Evaluate. Mental Fortress, that we want. Tranquility, yes! Mental Fortress Tranquility, here we go. Yeah. And the second Flying Sleeves? I don't think so. I want this run to win with Double Blasphemy. Another Foresight wasn't too bad either. Less is more, though. 122 max health, definitely encouraging. This turn 1, not so much. Might use my skill potion right now. Let's see what Foreign Influence has first. Yes, I'll use the skill potion now. What do you got? Protect. Basic, yet effective. Very good scroll turn. Oof. Well, maybe not. want to do damage here. Shoot. Bummer. That's a bad turn. Not much I can do about it either. Just needed to see Tantrum or Eruption here, or Empty Mind or something. But too much garbage. So we'll lose a lot of health. Thankfully, we've got a lot of health to lose. No, this doesn't do anything. Shoot. This one needs to die next turn. That's easy to do, though. I think we're good now. We'll go into the heart fight with 95 HP. That's gonna have to be enough. I think it will be. And a smoke bomb. Thanks. Yeah, actually, we have 95 health and a lizard tail and a clockwork souvenir. I think we'll be okay here. Even if we completely brick our initial draws, we can get really well set up. Double the devotion could be okay. You flee from the heart. No. You know what? I'm going to take this. Also double rush down. And you? You're a Ragnarok. Okay. I'll play. Double Mental Fortress Plus is also very good. That's also very good. So you want to go Miracle, well, Eruption. Oh. Tranquility, Empty Mind. Lots of exits in the draw pile. Play this as well. Let's play this. Block for a lot. Block this pretty easily too. We've got Vigilance, Empty Fist. Block generators here. There's some hand space. Still don't have Foresight in play. Actually, it would be really nice to get that in play next turn. Okay, Scry. Discard you, discard you. Yes, yes. Well, the one even wonders about Study, actually. Alright, slow and steady wins the race? I guess so. Oh, shoot, right. It's a mistake. Only a slight one. Actually, dealing damage is kind of important. Hull blocking is also kind of important. Good. Very good. Tantrums here. Let's get some more block by exiting Wrath, entering Wrath. Exiting Wrath. We're actually Divine next turn on the buff turn? That's kind of a bad turn to be Divine on. Oh well. I'll take what I can get. Suppose I shouldn't complain. We're gonna have that stupid insight thing happen again. Oh well. Unless I play Eruption. You know what? Let's do that. Although I'll miss out on 16 free block. No, let's just play Slimes. Would Tail save us from Blasphemy? Yes. And we might, in fact, use it for that reason. We might just do that with it. Abs Invulnerable. 201. Well, as they say, there's no time like the present. Let's do it. Play Blasphemy. Block for 76. Leave the heart at literally 1 hit point. I'm now unable to kill it. I don't believe Blasphemy stacks, but I'm not going to find out. I don't think that'd be a good idea. I guess we'll just have to die next turn. GG. All right, there we go. 2 relics crossed off the list, and most importantly of all, the double Blasphemy run. succeeds. GG. GG. The power. Now that's a tale worth telling, isn't it? A lizard tale. The tale of how we survived blasphemy. We even picked Melange on purpose. The Melange was actually half decent as well. That's right, and we finally doubled Fortress too. Came close to getting a couple others. We could have had double Flying Sleeves, double Crush Joints on this run, but we chose not to because I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to win. 100,021 damage over 10 turns. Interesting. Gotta love when that does that. GG, everybody. Killed 6 bosses. No idea, AJ Axel. My guess would be some kind of mod you're using affected it, but normally it's not possible to get 6. Bianenko-chan, thanks for the 6 months of support. The Kleptomancer, the one stealing all Silence daggers. Self-damage doesn't count against your score, but it does count against the damage that you took, which is recorded here. So had we not taken the other damage from Heart, this would have counted as perfect, I think. Do I rate Flurry of Blows low? Yes. Yeah, I do. Specifically because of Time Eater and Heart. The card performs just fine up to that point, but once you get to the Act 3 Gauntlet, you're really unhappy that you have a Flurry of Blows. Unfortunately, we died, therefore the Mastery Run doesn't count. Well, Fortunately, Twitch chat, that is going to bring us to the end of tonight's show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back at it tomorrow with some more Spire action. Maybe some more, I don't know, Potato? Not sure. See you later, Enrique K, Twitch Tarek, Kiznal, EMP, Any Amount of Money, Coco Frio, That's So Delicious, The Sun, Gokika, Angels May Laugh, Adam Venn, Lurking Fool, and everybody else. Thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful evening. Till next time, this is Baylor saying toodaloo. Have a good one, folks, and good night.